Hello and welcome to the Information and Cybersecurity course. This course is designed to introduce core concepts of information and cybersecurity to students. It is designed in such a manner that students in any level will benefit. If you're new to information and cybersecurity, this course will teach you the fundamentals to have a firm understanding of both the technical and theoretical concepts. If you're already a security professional, this course will benefit you too, as all the topics are explained in a clear and concise manner so that those topics which you're already familiar with will be reinforced, while the latest and newest topics are introduced as well. This course is divided into 3 subcategories, with Category 1 being Security and Risk Management. In this category, we will learn about confidentiality, integrity, and availability, and how they make up the CIA triad. We will also cover information security, control frameworks, governance, risk management, and much more. The next category of lectures includes asset security, where we will be learning about data security, security policy, developing baselines, and much more. The third category of videos will be related to security engineering, which has over 31 lectures. These lectures include security models, virtualization, cloud computing, memory protection, SQL injections, cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery, encryption, algorithms, advanced encryption, the elliptic curve and quantum cryptography, the Diffie-Hellman key exchange, digital signatures, public key infrastructure, and much more. I have personally researched, compiled, and put together all of the lectures in this course. And in doing so, you will be receiving over 4 hours of professional content and 63 lectures. Most importantly, I will show you that information security and cybersecurity is easy. Again, I'd like to welcome you to this course, and without further ado, let's get started. Information security professionals are tasked with protecting an organization's most valuable assets. When we discuss the goals of information security, you will often hear what is referred to as the CIA triad. The CIA triad is simply short for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality ensures that the necessary level of secrecy is enforced at each junction of data processing and prevents unauthorized disclosure. This is the area information security professionals spend most of their time, and confidentiality is what most people think of when they think about information security, which is keeping secrets away from prying eyes. The second leg of the CIA triad is integrity. Integrity is upheld when the assurance of the accuracy and reliability of information and systems is provided and any unauthorized modification is prevented. Simply put, this means that there aren't any unauthorized changes to information. The final goal of information security is availability. Availability protection ensures reliability and timely access to data and resources to authorized individuals. Business availability and continuity may have a profound impact on business. One particular example of availability being undermined is a denial of service attack. In this type of attack, a malicious individual can try to either overwhelm a system or cause it to crash, therefore denying legitimate users the access they need. Let's take a closer look at confidentiality. As we proceed through the lectures, you will learn about the many different controls available to information security professionals. You can think of these controls as tools available for information security professionals to reach their objectives. Access controls, encryption, and steganography are 3 common controls utilized by information security professionals to enhance confidentiality. Access controls restrict people from seeing data that they should not have access to. Access controls protect confidentiality by ensuring that only those users that have permission to access files are in fact the ones gaining access. For instance, let's assume an organization hires a marketing intern. Security professionals would want to ensure that the marketing intern only has access to the information relating to his or her job. The marketing intern, for example, should not have access to personnel files in the HR department directory. Another type of control is encryption. Encryption transforms plain text into unreadable ciphertext through the use of mathematical algorithms. Another type of control mechanism is steganography. Steganography is a technique that hides information inside of other files, but in a manner that actually manipulates the contents of that file. The integrity of information must also be protected by information security professionals. As discussed earlier, this is the second leg of the CIA triad. Integrity controls ensure that information is not altered without authorization. A compromise of integrity may come in the form of accidental or intentional tampering, which could be sourced from various issues. One possible source of integrity failure may come in the form of intentional tampering. For instance, a student may gain unauthorized access to an administrator's gradebook and make unauthorized changes to his or her grades. Integrity failures may also come in the form of errors. These could be user errors, such as employee accidentally keying in incorrect information, or come in the form of a software or hardware error. For example, a software application generating erroneous data. Finally, acts of nature may be a possible source of integrity failures. For instance, a flood may damage information stored on a hard drive, and the recovery process may yield information that is inaccurate. A core mechanism utilized to protect integrity is the concept of hashing. A sample hash function looks like the one seen here. But what is hashing? Hash functions create message digests from larger files. Hashing is the transformation of a string of characters into a usually shorter fixed-length value or key that represents the original string. It's used to index and retrieve items in a database because it's faster to find items using the shorter hashed key than to find it using the original value. The values returned by hash functions are called hash values, hash codes, digests, or simply hashes. As mentioned, hashing is one of the core controls used to protect integrity. It does this by utilizing a mathematical algorithm. The unique digest that is yielded from the algorithm serves as a fingerprint for the file. Any alterations to that file changes the digest. In other words, if the short piece of data has changed, we know that the fingerprint of the file has changed, which means that there has been an alteration to that file. Let's take a closer look. I encourage you to practice along with me. If you go to the site listed here, www.miraclesalad.com/webtools/md5.php, you will have access to a MD5 hash generator. I have gone ahead and opened up this link on my browser. And as you can see here, we have an input box where we can enter any string we want. We can simply copy and paste information here, or we can type in whatever we want. For our example, I'm going to type in a random sentence. I like to drink coffee. As you can see, the MD5 hash generator is providing us with a hash that begins with the characters CC4 and ends with F3F. But what happens if I change the word coffee to water? As you can see, the whole hash changes. Now our hash begins with 090 and ends with 2FB. By looking at the hash, we know that this file has been altered. But what happens if we go ahead and change the word water, back to coffee? As you can see, we are right back to where we started. CC4 and F3F are the beginning and ending of our hash that's been generated. This is a very important concept because it indicates that any alteration or tampering of the file would be reflected in the change in hash. In our previous lecture, we discussed hash. We looked at a real-world example of how an MD5 generator produces a hash digest. Hashes serve as the rudimentary building block to many different integrity controls. One particular integrity control that utilizes hashing as a building block is a digital signature. Digital signatures are one of the most advanced and secure types of electronic signatures. You can use them to comply with the most demanding legal and regulatory requirements because they provide the highest level of assurance about each signer's identity and the authenticity of the documents they sign. Digital signatures use a certificate-based digital ID used by an accredited certificate authority or trust service provider, so when you digitally sign a document, your identity is uniquely linked to you. The signature is bound to the document with encryption, and everything can be verified using underlying technology known as public key infrastructure, or PKI. One way that digital signatures serve as an integrity control mechanism is that they help us achieve the goal of non-repudiation. Non-repudiation in network security is the ability to prevent a denial in an electronic message or transaction. The aim of non-repudiation is to ensure that an individual or organization is unable to deny at a later date that they were the originator of that message or transfer. So how is a digital signature created? To begin, the person signing the document uses the hash function to create a digest of that document. The hash generated is encrypted using his or her private encryption key. The recipient of a digitally signed message can then use the sender's public key to decrypt the signature and then compute the hash value of the message themselves and compare the values from steps 1 and steps 2. If they match, the message is authentic. Let's discuss digital certificates. Digital signatures can be used to create digital certificates. A digital certificate is like an electronic passport for exchanging secure information over the internet using the public key infrastructure, otherwise known as PKI. They are used to transmit public keys securely. The final leg of the CIA triad is availability. Network devices, computers, and applications should provide adequate functionality to perform in a predictable manner with an acceptable level of performance. They should be able to recover from disruptions in a secure and quick fashion, so productivity is not negatively affected. Necessary protection mechanisms must be in place to protect against inside and outside threats that could affect the availability and productivity of all business processing components. In other words, security controls must be applied to protect the availability of information and systems authorized users when needed. There are a wide array of possible failure causes that can disrupt availability and consequently impact business operations. As a security professional, you will be tasked to identify and address these possible vulnerabilities. One possible source of failure would be an attacker. Malicious individuals can overwhelm the system and create what is known as a denial of service attack, whereby the system or network is not available to legitimate users. Another possible failure cause would be hardware components. For example, a power supply unit may fail. To combat this, as a security professional, you may want to incorporate a secondary power source. Software and application failures are another possible cause of failure. Error codes may be generated and disrupt availability on the network. Finally, utility failures such as power outage can disrupt the system or network through unavailability of internet access. Now that we've identified possible failure causes that may impact availability, let's focus our attention on some availability controls that are readily available. Utilizing redundant components such as secondary source of power, as mentioned earlier, would be one availability control. Another example is the use of high availability systems that have multiple servers dedicated to the same purpose so that if one server fails, the others may continue carrying the operational load. A third availability control would be fault tolerance. With fault tolerance, services may continue so long as the anomalies are within a predetermined reasonable tolerance level. The final source of availability control would be operating system and application patching. If security professionals keep applications patched, the likelihood of network disruption and availability being impacted is significantly lessened if any predetermined flaws by the manufacturer are preemptively addressed. The goal and mission of every organization is different, and while security is of paramount importance to any organization, security professionals must bear in mind that there are many interests at stake. In other words, the existence of an organization or business does not revolve solely on the purpose of security. As a security professional, you must err on the side of caution with this balancing act. Just as a business's sole purpose is not security, a business with insufficient security may be unsustainable. Your goal as a security professional is to align the security with business goals. You are not just a security leader, but you are also a business leader. Decisions you make directly impact the security of an organization and the business as a whole. You must therefore understand both the short-term and long-term goals of the organization and incorporate security features in a manner that aids the business. This is much more challenging than it may seem because security controls can often be a barrier to the efficient operation of a business. For example, there are additional costs associated with security. There are policies, protocols, and procedures that may be added, and each of these extra steps may be a barrier. You may be presented with scenarios where you must make decisions that impact the business and the security of an organization. When considering the competing views, it is significantly important to take a balanced approach so that neither the business needs or security needs are compromised. As mentioned earlier, implementing security controls presents challenges. One way to mitigate these challenges is to present a business case for implementing security controls. When making these types of business case proposals, there are a few considerations to always keep top of mind. First, does the security control justify the investment of time and money for the new you control. For example, can you justify implementing a security control that will take a full year to implement and cost $50 million and will be only 80% effective or accurate? Probably not. You also want to keep in mind the balanced approach we stated earlier about being both a security leader and a business leader. Are we significantly compromising security for business and or vice versa? Finally, when proposing a business case, we want to consider whether the business case is in fact achieving the goals of the CIA triad. In our previous lecture, we stressed the importance of taking a balanced approach between the competing business needs and security objectives. There must be a seamless alignment between security and the specific business processes within an organization. Some of the specific business processes that have a direct security impact are security governance, integration, acquisitions, and corporate divestitures. Let's discuss these in a little more detail. Governance processes take place at various levels. This may include an information governance committee, a risk management committee, and for publicly traded companies and nonprofit organizations, it may include an independent board of directors and board of trustees. Irregardless of the governance structure of the organization, security leaders must determine the best ways to integrate information security into governance processes. Integration of security governance is also paramount. Security professionals must ensure governing bodies understand risks and control. They must also inform governing bodies of security incidents and provide audit reports to governing bodies. Following these processes further ensures integrating security governance in a seamless manner. The key to remember here is that there is no universal security governance model that fits all organizations. As a security professional, you will be tasked with finding the security governance model that best suits your organization's culture. An acquisition is a corporate action in which a company buys most, if not all, of the target company's ownership stakes to assume control of. An acquisition occurs when a buying company obtains more than 50% ownership in a target company. When this happens, security professionals from both companies should collaborate to identify security controls already in place, the removal of any redundancies, the compatibility of systems, and the identification of any vulnerabilities with the new acquisition. This does present some challenges at times. For example, if the company being bought out has employees that fear their employment status with the company after the acquisition, there may be a hesitation on collaboration. Another business process that may have a security impact would be a corporate divestiture. A corporate divestiture is a strategy to remove some of the group's assets under its current business portfolio. Depending on the purpose of restructuring, divestitures can take several forms, such as a sell-off, spin-offs, or equity carve-out. There are multiple factors that must be considered in a corporate divestiture. For the divested company and the corresponding individuals that are retained as part of the divested company, security professionals must ensure that the new organization has adequate controls in place. Security professionals being retained as part of the parent company will subsequently need to ensure security ties are not lingering as to provide unintentional access for those individuals that are no longer with the parent company. Security professionals are required to take responsibility for protecting networks, infrastructure, and computer systems. For security professionals, these roles may include system administrators, network security officers, information security engineers, application security engineers, network managers, network engineers, chief information systems officer, chief technology officer, chief security officer, information security officer, and computer operators. These are just a few of the primary roles for IT security professionals. You will want to familiarize yourself with the acronym CISO. CISO is short for Chief Information Security Officer, and this is the most senior information security leader in an organization. The CISO normally leads a team of information security professionals. CISOs may also report through an IT organization or to a risk management leader. The CISO, security leaders, and other security team members must follow important guiding principles for their role. Due care is one of these guiding principles, which states that security professionals must fulfill their legal responsibilities of the organization as well as the professional standards of information security. It is the degree of care that an ordinary and reasonable person would normally exercise over his or her own property or under circumstances like those at issue. The concept of due care is usually a test of liability for negligence, also called ordinary care or reasonable care. The second guiding principle is due diligence. Due diligence examines whether reasonable steps were taken by a person in order to satisfy a legal requirement. In order to truly demonstrate due diligence when it comes to information security, businesses must focus on a narrow lens on their own information security, in addition to being mindful of global laws and regulations, which may have an impact on their operation. By utilizing due diligence, businesses can cut their potential risk throughout their information security system. In addition, businesses could then potentially realize savings, and because they are taking greater care with their information security processes, potentially realize further profits being made. The design, implementation, and management of various controls to protect confidentiality, integrity, and availability are overseen by security professionals. This is a huge responsibility and provides a significant challenge. It's challenging because building a comprehensive security program needs to be sound. It's time-consuming, it requires expertise in the field of information security, and must provide adequate security coverage to protect the organization. The good news is that security professionals can reference control frameworks that have already been designed, which have stood the test of time. While these types of frameworks must still be tailored to each organization's specific needs, thus provide a good starting point for security professionals. While there are many different control frameworks that cover information security, we will look at the most common ones. The Control Objectives for Information Technology, or COBIT, is a security control framework developed by the Information Systems Audit and Control Association. COBIT provides an implementable set of controls, information technology, and organizes them around a logical framework of IT-related processes and enablers. I have gone ahead and downloaded the PDF version of COBIT. COBIT is available free of charge online. Simply go to google.com and type in COBIT PDF and this document will appear. While you do not need to know the details of COBIT end to end, it is important you familiarize yourself with the 5 different principles. These principles can be found on page 11. The COBIT 5 principles include the following: meeting stakeholder needs, covering the enterprise end to end, applying a single integrated framework, enabling a holistic approach, and separating governance from management. Again, while you do not need to know COBIT end to end, knowing these 5 principles should be helpful. ISO 27001 is a control framework for information security published by the International Organization for Standardization. ISO 27001 is a specification for an information security management system and is a framework of policies and procedures that include all legal, physical, and technical controls involved in an organization's information risk management process. Government agencies and contractors have their own standard. The National Institute for Standards and Technology, otherwise known as NIST, publishes a document called the Security and Privacy Controls for Federal Information Systems Organization, commonly referred to as NIST 800-53. It provides a catalog of security controls for all U.S. federal information systems except those related to national security. Again, I've downloaded the NIST 800-53 publication, and as you can see, it offers a comprehensive set of contents that outlines details about building a security program for government agencies and other organizations. A quick overview highlights the fundamentals of information security. It talks about multi-tiered risk management. It also discusses security control structures, baselines, and designations, the use of external service providers, and how to assess assurance and trustworthiness for information systems. It also discusses the process of implementing security and privacy controls. As previously mentioned, all of the control frameworks discussed here are excellent starting points. To get full use for your organization, it should be tailored to meet the specific requirements for your enterprise. As an information security professional, it is absolutely imperative that you become familiar with both legal and regulatory requirements. Local and federal government laws are constantly evolving to take into account the impact of information security. There are 4 main types of compliance obligations you will need to be familiar with: criminal law, civil law, administrative law, and private regulation. Criminal law is the body of law that relates to crime that prescribes conduct perceived as threatening, harmful, or otherwise endangering to the property, health, safety, and welfare of people. Most criminal laws are established by statute, which is to say that the laws are enacted by a legislature. That includes the punishment of people who violate these laws. Civil law is a body of rules that defines and protects the private rights of citizens, offers legal remedies that may be sought in a dispute, and covers areas of laws such as contracts, torts, property, and family law. Civil law is derived from the laws of ancient Rome, which used doctrines to develop code that determines how legal issues would be decided. Civil law and criminal law serve different purposes in the United States legal system. The purpose of civil law is to resolve disputes and provide compensation for someone injured by someone else's act or behavior. The primary purpose of criminal law is to prevent undesirable behaviors and punish those who commit an act deemed undesirable by society. In civil law, it is the injured person who brings a lawsuit. By contrast, in criminal law, it is the government that files charges. Administrative law allows for the effective operation of government by allowing executive branch agencies to promulgate regulations that facilitate carrying out their duties. Private regulations also govern many activities of individuals and organizations. While private regulations don't have a standalone force of law, compliance is often required by means of contractual obligations. The Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution provides the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures, and it shall not be violated, and no warrants shall be issued but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. The ultimate goal of this provision is to protect people's rights to privacy and freedom from unreasonable intrusions by the government. The Federal Information Security Management Act, FISMA, is a law that governs information security matters for federal agencies and government contractors. FISMA requires the creation of security programs throughout the federal government and provides details on the controls necessary to run information systems that are categorized in a FISMA High, FISMA Moderate, or FISMA Low tiered system. Information security professionals should be concerned with laws that protect the privacy of individuals against identity theft and unwanted disclosure of personal information. In the United States, industry-specific laws are designed to address information security issues specific to the nature of the business. The Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of 1996, HIPAA, is the United States legislation that provides data privacy and security provision for safeguarding medical information. The law has emerged into greater prominence in recent years with the proliferation of health data breaches caused by cyber attacks and ransomware attacks on health insurers and providers. The act was signed into law by President Bill Clinton on August 21st of 96 and contains 5 sections. The Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act of 1974, FERPA, is a federal law that protects the privacy of students' education records. The law applies to all schools that receive funds under an applicable program of the United States Department of Education. These rights transfer to the student when he or she reaches the age of 18 or attends a school beyond the high school level. FERPA also restricts the manner in which educational institutions utilize and release educational records. The financial services sector is covered by the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act. The GLBA, also known as the Financial Modernization Act of 1999, is a federal law enacted in the United States to control the ways that financial institutions deal with the private information of individuals. The act consists of 3 sections: the Financial Privacy Rule, which regulates the collection and disclosure of private financial information; the Safeguards Rule, which stipulates that financial institutions must implement security programs to protect such information; and the Pretexting Provisions, which prohibits the practice of pretexting. The Act also requires financial institutions to give customers a written privacy notice that explains their information sharing practices. The Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, COPPA, gives parents control over what information websites can collect from their kids. COPPA also requires that parents give consent for the collection of information from children under the age of 18 before that collection takes place. The Privacy Act of 1974 is the United States federal law which established the Code of Fair Information Practice that governs the collection, maintenance, use, and dissemination of personally identifiable information about individuals that is maintained in systems of records by federal agencies. A system of records is a group of records under the control of an agency from which information is received by the name of the individual or by some identifier assigned to the individual. The Privacy Act requires that agencies give the public notice of their systems of records by publication in the Federal Register. The Privacy Act prohibits the disclosure of information from a system of records absent of the written consent of the subject individual, unless the disclosure is pursuant to one of 12 statutory exceptions. The Act also provides individuals with the means by which to seek access to an amendment of their records, and sets forth various agency record-keeping requirements. Thus far, we have discussed a number of laws that are industry-specific. We have discussed civil and administrative laws. Cases of information theft, system intrusion, identity theft, and other crimes fall under the umbrella of criminal law. Let's look at a few of the common laws that directly relate to computer crime. The Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, also known as the CFAA, is a federal anti-hacking statute that prohibits unauthorized access to computers and networks. Enacted in 1986 as an amendment to the Counterfeit Access Device and Abuse Act, the CFAA makes it illegal to do a whole bunch of stuff related to computers and computer networks, from stealing government documents and committing fraud to sending out spam emails. It also prohibits the creation of malicious code. The Electronic Communications Privacy Act and the Stored Wire Electronic Communications Act are commonly referred together as the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, ECPA, of 1986. The ECPA updated the Federal Wiretap Act of 1968, which addressed interception of conversations using hard telephone lines, but did not apply to interception of computer and other digital electronic communication. Several subsequent pieces of legislation, including the USA Patriot Act, clarify and update the ECPA to keep pace with the evolution of new communications technology and methods, including easing restrictions on law enforcement access to store communications in some cases. The ECPA, as amended, protects wire, oral, and electronic communications while those communications are being made, are in transit, and when they are stored on computers. The Act applies to email, telephone conversations, and data stored electronically. The Identity Theft and Assumption Deterrence Act of 1998, commonly abbreviated as ITADA, is a legislation in the United States that made it a federal offense to use another person's identifying information to commit a federal, state, or local crime. It also authorized the Federal Trade Commission to register complaints of identity theft and all federal law enforcement agencies to investigate and prosecute them. The passage marked the first time that identity theft became a crime in itself in the United States. With software becoming more prevalent in our everyday lives, we should become familiar with important concepts such as software licensing. While some may find the topic of licensing and the legalities surrounding it complex, it is important for security professionals to familiarize themselves with the ins and outs of software licensing. A software license is a legal instrument allowing the use or the redistribution of software. Without the license agreement, using the software would constitute a breach of copyright law. The particular license agreement will explain to the end user how they can use the software, who may use the software, the locations of use, the number of servers, plus whatever the publisher decides to include in that agreement. Software agreement can take on many different forms. In some cases, software agreements are detailed contracts that are negotiated between the software vendor and the customer. These types of contracts start off with an initial proposal from the vendor, which is then revised by the customer, and this process can go back and forth a number of times until an agreement is reached. This is commonly referred to as a negotiated contract. A click-through agreement is essentially a polar opposite of this approach. With a click-through agreement, the end user is presented with a binary option to either accept or deny the contract. Another type of agreement that you should be familiar with is a shrink wrap agreement. By shrink wrap, we are referring to the physical shrink wrap around the software. These type of agreements immediately take into effect as soon as the shrink wrap or seal of the software is broken. While software licensing is valuable, security professionals should have a broad understanding of the flow of information. Specifically, security professionals should be concerned with the type of information that crosses international borders and the regulations surrounding it. In the United States, the government uses the category of regulations known as export controls to restrict the flow of goods and information considered sensitive for military and scientific purposes. International Traffic in Arms Regulation, otherwise known as ITAR, and the Export Administration Regulation, EAR, are export control regulations run by different departments of the US government. Both of them are designed to help ensure that defense-related technology does not get into the wrong hands. An export license is a general term for both ITAR and EAR controlled items in which the US government has granted permission to transport or sell potentially dangerous items to foreign countries. ITAR, which is the more stringent of regulations, was written for articles with direct defense-related applications. The Export Administration Regulations apply to technology and information that's considered dual use. In other words, technology or information that has both military and commercial applications. Some of the categories covered under EAR are sensitive electronics and computers, lasers, navigation technology, marine systems, and more. Finally, the Office of Foreign Assets Control, or OFAC restricts economic transactions with countries that are considered sponsors of activities considered contrary to the foreign policies of the United States. While we hope that data breaches never occur, the unfortunate reality is that they do. Security professionals must be well informed of their ethical and legal responsibilities, which are governed by local and federal laws and regulations. Data breach laws can be applied to specific industries, or they may be jurisdiction specific. For instance, the payment card industry data security standard, otherwise known as PCI DSS, is an information security standard for organizations that handle branded credit cards from major credit card schemes. If an organization suspects or knows that it has suffered a breach of personally identifiable information, or PII, then these laws take into effect. Elements of personally identifiable information include social security numbers, driver's license numbers, and bank account numbers. The scope may be broadened to include other information as well. One of the requirements may include organizations being required to notify individuals, government agencies, and law enforcement when a breach of PII has occurred. Some laws are jurisdiction specific. The National Conference of State Legislatures maintains a website that links to the data breach notification laws of the states that have one in place. Here's some helpful information. Encryption is an easy way to protect your organization against data breaches. In fact, many data breach notification laws include specific exemptions for encrypted data. Security professionals should conduct themselves in a manner that is ethically correct. Factors that should always take precedent are confidentiality, integrity, informed consent, transparency, and data sharing best practices. Security expectations and responsibilities are best communicated through clear written guidance. This can be best achieved through a security policy framework. A security policy framework consists of 4 different types of documents: policies, standards, guidelines, and procedures. A security policy is an overall general statement produced by senior management or a selected policy board or committee that dictates what role security plays within the organization. A security policy can be in an organizational policy, an issue-specific policy, or system-specific policy. Security policies are the foundation of a security program, and they take a very long time to put together. It requires mandatory employee compliance and is only approved at the very highest level of an organization. Standards refer to mandatory activities, actions, or rules. Standards can give a policy its support and reinforcement and direction. Organizational security standards may specify how hardware and software products are to be used. They may also be used to indicate expected user behavior. They provide a means to ensure that specific technologies, applications, parameters, and procedures are implemented in a uniform, standardized manner across the organization. They derive their authority from policies and provide a specific detail of security controls. They require a less rigorous approval process, and employee compliance of standards are mandatory. Guidelines are recommended actions and operational guide to users, IT staff, operational staff, and others when a specific standard does not apply. They can also be used as a recommended way to achieve specific standards when those do apply. Guidelines can deal with the methodologies of technology, personnel, or physical security. Guidelines provide organizations with security advice and compliance. Compliance with guidelines is not mandatory. Procedures are detailed step-by-step tasks that should be performed to achieve a certain goal. The steps can apply to users, IT staff, operations staff, security members, and others who may need to carry out specific tasks. Many organizations have written procedures on how to install operating systems, configure security mechanisms, implement access control lists, set up new user accounts, assign computer privileges, audit activities, destroy material, and much more. Procedures outline activities step by step, and compliance may be mandatory or optional, depending on the organization. Security policies are handled uniquely by each organization, and policies across organizations can vary drastically. There are a number of factors that can affect the formation and implementation of security policy across organizations. One factor would include the culture of the organization. For instance, if the culture of one particular organization is to have a detailed account of the flow of information, then strict measures may be incorporated into the security policy. Another factor that would affect security policy would be the industry. For example, the financial services industry will likely have a greater control around data privacy. Similarly, the regulatory environment may affect security policy. For instance, HIPAA guidelines may require health insurance providers to enact a strict security policy. With that having been said, there are several standard policies that every organization should have in order to provide the foundation for its information security program. These are an information security policy, a privacy policy, and an acceptable use policy. The information security policy should have a clear designation of an individual responsible for the ISP. It should also clearly describe security roles and provide a description of the corresponding responsibility. Furthermore, the process and policy exemptions and violations should be explicitly stated. Another type of policy that should be commonly found is a privacy policy. A privacy policy should be published and readily accessible. The privacy policy should also describe how organizations collect, share, and distribute information. Moreover, the privacy policy should be clear for users to understand. This falls back to the ethics of collecting information. Security professionals should aim to make privacy policies as clear and transparent as possible so that no questions linger. Another type of policy that is commonly found is an acceptable use policy. Acceptable use policy describes what personal use, if any, is permitted, prohibits illegal activities, and describes how individuals may use information systems. For example, let's assume an employee at a credit card call center is using the computers to surf the internet on his or her lunch hour. Does the acceptable use policy clearly allow or prohibit this? These policies are among the most common that are found to safeguard information security. These policies should also explain how the organization implements several key principles of information security. The first is known as the principle of least privilege. The principle of least privilege, also known as the principle of minimal privilege or the principle of least authority, requires that in a particular abstraction layer of computing environment, every module, such as a process, a user, or program, depending on the subject, must be able to access only the information and resources that are necessary for its legitimate purposes. For example, the new hire in a marketing department should not have access to employee salary information that is on the HR database, as it is not required for the employee to carry out his or her duties. The principle of separation of duties, also known as segregation of duties, is the concept of having more than one person required to complete a task. This is a form of control intended to prevent fraud and error. For example, if an individual has authority to create accounts in the system, then he or she should not have the ability to perform accounts payable transactions on the system. If this individual is granted permission to do both, the company would be vulnerable to the individual setting up fictitious accounts and then paying those fictitious accounts, with the funds being redirected to the employee. A separation of duty would be effective in this case. For example, the employee may have the authority to set up the account, but only a supervisor may have the authority to set up a payment on the account. Mandatory vacations provide a similar control mechanism, with the intention being that any questionable actions may come to light when the employee is away on vacation. Finally, the practice of a job rotation serves a purpose similar to mandatory vacations. With job rotations, personnel in sensitive positions would not have the ability to cover up fraudulent activities, as their post is changed periodically. Business continuity planning is the process of creating systems of prevention and recovery to deal with potential threats to a company. Any event that could negatively affect operations is included in the plan, such as damage to computing and network infrastructure. Business continuity planning is a subset of risk management. A business continuity plan should have a well-defined scope. Some of the factors that may be considered are a business activities, systems, and controls. What business activities will be covered by the plan? What type of systems will it cover? What type of controls will it cover? Asking these types of questions early allows business continuity planners to prioritize the necessary information to answer such questions. While continuity planners have various roles to their discretion, one of the more common ones utilized is a business impact assessment. A business impact assessment is a key part of the business continuity process that analyzes mission-critical business functions and identifies and quantifies the impact of loss of those functions may have on the organization. A business impact assessment is critical in assessing the cost of business disruption and how disaster recovery plays a role in mitigating it. The business impact assessment has several crucial elements, which include executive backing, a deep understanding of the organization, and a business impact assessment tools, processing, and findings. The business impact assessment yields a prioritized listing of risks that might disrupt the organization's business. It will look something like what I have displayed here. A planner would then use this information to select controls that may mitigate the risks facing the organization. The risks in this scenario are listed in descending order of expected loss. Based on this provided BIA, planners can make the decisions about control implementations that factor in cost. Business continuity planning is integral to the availability of systems. And, as stated earlier, availability is part of the CIA triad. It should therefore go without saying that in order to enhance business continuity for an organization, availability controls should be implemented. One way IT professionals do this is through the use of redundant systems. In IT, the term redundant can refer to various situations. The term redundant can describe computer or network system components, such as fans, hard disk drives, servers, operating systems, switches, and telecommunication links that are to back up primary resources in case they fail. Redundancy is commonly built into the network at a routing protocol level. They are configured so if one link goes down or gets congested, then traffic is routed over a different network link. Another business continuity control would be single point of failure, or SPOF. A single point of failure is a part of a system that, if it fails, will stop the entire system from working. Single point of failures are undesirable in any system. A single point of failure poses a lot of potential risk to a network because if the device fails, a segment or even the entire network is negatively affected. Some of the hardware devices that present single point of failure vulnerabilities are firewalls, routers, network access servers, switches, bridges, hubs, and authentication servers. The best defense for a single point of failure is maintenance, regular backups, redundancy, and fault tolerance. There are two key technical concepts that improve the availability of systems. High availability, otherwise known as HA, is one of them. High availability is the concept or goal of ensuring your critical systems are always functioning. In practice, this means creating and managing the ability to automatically fail over to a secondary system if the system goes down for any reason, as well as eliminating all single points of failure from your infrastructure. High availability is a strategy that requires careful planning and the use of tools. Having a well thought out high availability architecture is important because the cost of downtime is high, whether we're talking about dollar figures, the loss of staff productivity, or the life of a patient who becomes vulnerable to risk the very moment the hospital system goes down. The other key technical concept is fault tolerance. Fault tolerance describes a computer system or technology infrastructure that is designed in such a way that when one component fails, be it hardware or software, a backup component takes over operations immediately so that there is no loss of service. The concept of having backup components in place is called redundancy, and the more backup components you have in place, the more tolerant your network is of hardware and software failure. For example, a single application running at the same time on two servers. The servers essentially mirror each other, so that when an instruction is executed on the primary server, it is also executed on the secondary server. If the primary server crashes or loses power, the secondary server takes over with zero downtime. There are two small drawbacks of fault tolerance, however. It is more costly because both servers are running all the time, and there is a risk of both servers going down if there's a problem with the operating system that the servers are using. As a security professional, once you've had a better understanding of the significance of the terms of high availability and fault tolerance, the next step would be to evaluate your current backup plan. Is your disaster recovery plan thorough enough? Are failover options a part of your high availability architecture? How tolerant are your networks to failure? The answers to these questions will determine how prepared your organization is for when the unexpected happens. RAID is short for Redundant Array of Independent Disks. Originally, the term RAID was defined as redundant array of inexpensive disks, but now it is usually referred to as redundant array of independent disks. RAID storage uses multiple disks in order to provide fault tolerance to improve overall performance and to increase the storage capacity in a system. This is in contrast with older storage devices that used only a single disk drive. RAID allows you to store the same data redundantly in a balanced way to improve overall performance. RAID disk drives are frequently on servers but aren't generally necessary for personal computers. So how does RAID work? With RAID technology, data can be mirrored on one or more disks in the same array so that if one disk fails, the data is preserved. Thanks to a technique known as striping, a technique for spreading data over multiple disk drives. RAID also offers the option of reading or writing to more than one disk at the same time in order to improve performance. In this arrangement, sequential data is broken into segments which are sent to the various disks in the array, speeding up throughput. A typical RAID array uses multiple disks that appear to be on a single device, so it can provide more storage capacity than a single disk. RAID devices use many different architectures, called levels, depending on the desired balance between performance and fault tolerance. RAID levels describe how data is distributed across the drives. You will need to be familiar with RAID Level 1 and RAID Level 5. RAID Level 1 is commonly referred to as mirroring, where RAID Level 5 is commonly referred to as striping. Let's take a closer look at each. RAID 1 consists of an exact copy or mirror of a set of data on two or more disks. A classic RAID 1 mirrored pair contains two disks. This configuration offers no parity, striping, or spanning of the disk space across multiple disks, since the data is mirrored on all disks belonging to the array, and the array can only be as big as the smallest member disk. This layout is useful when read performance or reliability is more important than write performance or the resulting data storage capacity. RAID 5 is a RAID configuration that uses disk striping with parity. Because data and parity are stripes across all the disks, no single disk has a bottleneck. Striping also allows users to reconstruct data in case of disk failure. Reads and writes are more evenly balanced in this configuration, making RAID 5 the most commonly used RAID method. As a security professional, you may be tasked with assessing risk. Risks can take on many forms, from malicious attackers to security patches to malware. But how do we prioritize these risks? This is where risk assessment enters the equation. Risk assessment is the process of identifying and triaging the risks facing an organization based upon the likelihood of their occurrence and expected impact they will have on an organization's operations. Before we continue, however, we should provide some clarity. It is commonplace to use the terms risk, threat, and vulnerability interchangeably. The reality, however, is that these are three different concepts. A vulnerability is a weakness in the system that allows a threat source to compromise its security. It could be a software, hardware, or a human weakness that can be exploited. A vulnerability may be a service running on a server, unpatched applications, an unrestricted wireless access point, an open port on a firewall, locks, physical security that allows anyone to enter a server room, or unenforced password management on servers and workstations. A threat is any potential danger that is associated with the exploitation of a vulnerability. If the threat is that someone will identify a specific vulnerability and use it against the company or individual, then the entity that takes advantage of the vulnerability is referred to as a threat agent. A threat agent could be an intruder accessing the network through a port on a firewall, a process accessing data in a way that violates security policy, or an employee circumventing controls in order to copy files to a medium that could expose confidential information. A risk is the likelihood of a threat source exploiting a vulnerability and the corresponding business impact. If a firewall has several ports open, there is a higher likelihood that an intruder will use one to access the network in an unauthorized method. If users are not educated on the process and procedures, there is a higher likelihood that an employee will make an unintentional mistake that may destroy data. If an intrusion detection system is not implemented on a network, there is a higher likelihood that an attack will go unnoticed until it is too late. Risk ties the vulnerability, threat, and likelihood of an exploitation to the resulting business impact. If we were to visually describe this in a Venn diagram, you would see something that looks like this. You can see that risk is the area that crosses over between threat and vulnerability. While we are providing clarity on terminology, it is important that you are also familiar with the term threat vector. A threat vector is the route that a malicious attack may take to get past your defense and infect your network. The next step in the risk assessment process ranks those risks by two factors: likelihood and impact. The likelihood of a risk is the probability that it will actually occur. For example, there is a risk of hurricanes in Florida and Louisiana. When you look at the data, however, you find the probability of hurricanes in Florida is significantly higher than Louisiana. Therefore, as a security professional, you may be hypervigilant about the risk of hurricanes in Florida, whereas in Louisiana, you may ignore it. The impact of a risk is the amount of damage that will occur if a risk materializes. For example, a hurricane may wipe out the data center altogether, whereas a minor flood may cause only some damage. When performing risk assessments, we have two different techniques available to assess the likelihood and impact of a risk: qualitative techniques and quantitative techniques. Qualitative risk assessment is concerned with discovering the probability of a risk event occurring and the impact that the risk will have if it does occur. Qualitative techniques evaluate risks, likelihood, and impact via the use of a subjective rating. Qualitative techniques may include, for example, brainstorming, interviewing, historical data, SWOT analysis, and risk rating scales. Quantitative techniques, on the other hand, use objective numeric ratings to evaluate risk, likelihood, and impact. Displayed, we have an example of a qualitative risk assessment chart. When considering a specific risk, the assessor first rates the likelihood low, medium, or high, and then does the same for the impact. The chart then categorizes the overall risk. Security professionals performing quantitative risk assessments do so for a single risk asset pairing. As they conduct this assessment, they must first determine the values of several variables. The first of these variables is the asset value, or AV. The asset value is the dollar value of an asset. Risk assessors determining asset value have several options at their disposal. The original cost technique simply looks at invoices from an asset purchase and uses the purchase price to determine the asset value. The benefit of using this approach is that it is rather easy to use. It simply requires referencing invoices to determine the asset value. The downfall to this approach is that the actual asset value may be drastically different than what's actually on the invoice if the asset value has changed over time. The depreciated cost approach reduces the value of an asset over time as it ages. The depreciation technique uses an estimate of the asset's useful life and then gradually decreases the asset's value until it reaches zero at the end of its projected lifespan. The replacement cost technique determines the actual cost of replacing an asset. Risk managers favor this approach because it produces results that most closely approximate the actual cost that an organization will incur if the risk materializes. It takes into consideration the current prices to determine the actual cost of replacing an asset in the current market and uses that cost as the asset's value. We previously discussed qualitative and quantitative risk factors. We also stated that the asset value is a factor that must be considered when conducting quantitative risk analysis. Another factor that must be considered is the exposure factor, or EF. The exposure factor represents the percentage of loss a realized threat could have on a certain asset. The exposure factor is a subjective value that the person assessing the risk must define. If the asset is completely lost, the exposure factor is 1.0. Another variable we must consider is the single loss expectancy, or SLE. The SLE is a dollar amount that is assigned to a single event that represents the company's potential loss amount if the specific threat were to take place. To calculate the single loss expectancy, we simply multiply the exposure factor by the asset value. In other words, AV times FE equals SLE. So let's take a look at a real-world example. Let's suppose that we expect a hurricane might damage 25% of our data center. We would set the exposure factor to 25%. If the data center is valued at $40 million, or in other words has an AV of $40 million, we could calculate the single loss expectancy for SLE by multiplying 40 million by 0.25. In this case, our single loss expectancy would be $10 million. Interpreted another way, this implies that a single hurricane would yield $10 million worth of damage to our data center. That's the impact of risk. The SLE, however, only gives us an idea of impact. As previously discussed, risk assessment must also consider the likelihood of a risk, and that is where ARO enters the equation, which we will discuss next. Now that we are familiar with the asset value, the exposure factor, and are able to successfully combine it to determine our single loss expectancy, let's take a look at some other important risk factors to consider. The annualized rate of occurrence, or ARO, is the value that represents the estimated frequency of a specific threat taking place within a 12-month time frame. The range can be from 0.0, or in other words, never, to 1.0, in other words, once a year, to greater than 1, several times a year, and anywhere in between. For instance, if the probability of a fire taking place and damaging our data warehouses once every 10 years, the ARO value is 0.1. The annualized loss expectancy, ALE, is the product of the annualized rate of occurrence, ARO, and the single loss expectancy. A risk analysis should incorporate both the likelihood and impact values. In this case, the impact of risk is expressed in terms of SLE, where the likelihood is expressed in terms of ARO. Multiplying SLE by ARO gives us an annualized loss expectancy of $100,000. This means that we should expect to lose $100,000 each year. It's important to remember that in reality, this cost wouldn't occur each year. What we really would have happen is $10 million in damage each time the event occurs. But since the occur happens only once every 100 years, it averages to only $100,000 a year. And that is quantitative risk analysis in a nutshell. Once we've performed quantitative risk analysis, we can more accurately assess our ability to restore IT services and components quickly in the event of a failure. To do this, we need to consider two things. Specifically, we want to know if the asset is non-repairable or if it's repairable. If it is a repairable asset, we consider the metric of mean time to failure, or MTTF. The mean time to failure is the amount of time we expect will pass before an asset fails. If the asset is repairable, then we can look at two different values. The first is the mean time between failures, or MTBF. The mean time between failures is simply the average amount of time that passes between failures of a repairable asset. The second value we look at for repairable assets is the mean time to repair, or MTTR. The mean time to repair is the amount of time that an asset will be out of service for repair each time that it fails. If we consider both the MTTR and MTTF values together, it provides us with a better understanding of the expected downtime for our services and components. Risk in the context of security is the possibility of damage happening and the ramifications of such damage should it occur. Risk management is the process of identifying and assessing risk, reducing it to an acceptable level, and ensuring that it remains at that level. There is no such thing as a 100% secure environment. Every environment has vulnerabilities and threats. The skill is in identifying these threats, assessing the probability of them actually occurring and the damage they could cause, and then taking the right steps to reduce the overall level of risk in the environment to what the organization identifies as acceptable. There are various risk management strategies. Let's take a look at 5 of these strategies. Risk avoidance is the elimination of hazards, activities, and exposures that can negatively affect an organization's assets. Avoiding risk implies that you'll actually have to change your organization's business practices so that you are no longer in a position where that risk can affect your business. For instance, let's assume our data center was located in an earthquake-prone area. An example of risk avoidance would be to relocate the data center, in which case we would be avoiding the risk of earthquakes. As you can see, this decision implies that you will actually make a change to your business to avoid the risk. Risk transference refers to the shifting of the burden of loss for a risk to another party through legislation, contract, insurance, or other means. For example, in our data center located in the earthquake-prone area, we could transfer the risk by purchasing an insurance for the data center that explicitly covers earthquake damage. The risk would be shifted and the burden of any potential loss would go from the organization onto the insurer. Another approach is risk mitigation, where the risk is reduced to a level considered acceptable enough to continue conducting business. The implementation of firewalls, training, and intrusion detection protection systems or other control types represent types of risk mitigation efforts. Another approach would be to accept the risk. Risk acceptance means the company understands the level of risk it is faced with as well as the potential cost of damage and decides to just live with it and not implement a countermeasure. Many companies will accept the risk when the cost-to-benefit ratio indicates that the cost of a countermeasure outweighs the potential loss value. And finally, there is risk deterrence. Risk deterrence takes actions that dissuade a threat from exploiting a vulnerability. For example, if your data center is located in a high-crime area, one example of a deterrent would be a barbed wire fence. This would deter an individual and is an example of a deterrence. Security controls are safeguards or countermeasures to avoid, detect, counteract, or minimize security risk to physical property, information, computer systems, or other assets. Sometimes these controls are designed to achieve the same control objective. This is known as the defense in depth principle. With defense in depth, control types are put into place to provide multiple security controls in a layered approach. For example, let's say we are trying to secure our network from a potential threat. With defense in depth, we can utilize multiple security controls to achieve the same objective, the objective being protection of the network. To do this, we will want to install firewalls, rule-based access control, virus scanners. We'd want to implement secure policies and procedures. We'd want to ensure that all systems are patched and up to date, and that our VPNs and architecture are secure. In this example, we are utilizing various layers via defense in depth to secure and to achieve the same objective. Security controls can be categorized by group. Let's discuss grouping controls by their purpose, whether they're designed to prevent, detect, or correct security issues, and then we'll discuss them by their mechanism of action, or in other words, the way in which they work. Security controls can serve three purposes. A security control can be preventative. A preventative control is designed to stop a security issue from occurring in the first place. Examples of preventative controls would include locks, implementing a badge system, utilizing security guards, and or utilizing a biometric system. Another type of control would be detective control. Detective controls are aimed to identify a potential security issue that has taken place. For example, an intrusion detection system can detect signs of breaches and therefore would be a detective control. Finally, we have corrective controls. A corrective control fixes components or systems after an incident has occurred. For example, if a malicious attacker wipes out all the data, restoring the information from backup would be an example of corrective control. Controls can also be categorized by their mechanism of action. Controls can be technical, operational, and or management controls. A technical control uses technology to achieve security control objectives. Operational controls use human-driven processes to manage technology in a secure manner. Management controls improve the security of the risk management process itself. When implementing controls, it is also important to familiarize yourself with control failure. There are two main ways a control can fail. One way would be a false positive error, and this occurs when a control triggers inadvertently when it should not. For example, the motion detection system in the data center sets off the alarm when there really was no movement within the data center. This would be an example of a false positive. The system was inadvertently triggered when it should not have been. The second type of error is a false negative error, and this occurs when a control fails to trigger in a situation where it should. To go back to our previous example, think about an intruder entering the premises and the motion detection system failing to trigger. In this case, it would be a false negative error because the system should trigger, but it is not. In almost every case, the information at the core of our information system is the most valuable asset to a potential adversary. Information within a computer information system is represented as data. This information may be stored, known as data at rest. It may be transported between parts of our system, known as data in motion, or it may be actively used by the system itself, otherwise known as data in use. Each one of these three states pose unique vulnerabilities. For example, if data is copied to a thumb drive and given to unauthorized parties by an insider, thus compromising its confidentiality, the data is thereby vulnerable at rest. An example of data being vulnerable in motion would be data that is modified by an external actor intercepting on the network and then relaying the altered version, thus compromising its integrity. This is also known as the man-in-the-middle attack. An example of data in use being vulnerable would be data that is deleted by a malicious process, exploiting a time of check to time of use or race condition vulnerability, thus compromising its availability. If data is vulnerable, whether it's at rest, in motion, or in use, is there anything we can do to protect the data in any of these three states? Sure. One way to protect the data would be to have a clear set of policies and procedures surrounding the proper use of data and the security controls that must be in place for sensitive information. Second, we can also use encryption to protect the sensitive information, whether it's at rest or in transit. Finally, we can use access controls to restrict access to information while it's on a stored device. For instance, we can list specifically who may access, modify, or delete information stored on a device. It is up to you as the security professional to implement the controls that best suit your organizational needs. When it comes to securing data, you should be familiar with the term big data. Big data is an evolving term that describes any voluminous amount of structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data that has the potential to be mined for information. Big data is often characterized by the three V's: the extreme volume of data, the wide variety of data types, and the velocity at which the data must be processed. Big data requires a special security consideration. Security professionals must think about how this information is secured and how sensitive information is accessed. Security policies form the building blocks of the information security program for the organization as a whole. Due to the important nature of data security policies, there are certain criteria that it should meet. First, the data policy serves as the foundational authority for data security. It should be clear so that expectations for data security are understood without question by all organizational members. Data security policies should also provide guidance with respect to access of information. Finally, it should provide a process for granting policy exception. One thing you should remember is that a policy needs to be technology and solution independent, and must outline the goals and missions, but not tie the organization to specific ways to accomplish them. Common security policies include acceptable use policy, risk management policy, vulnerability management policy, data protection policy, access control policy, business continuity policy, personnel security policy, email policy, and incident response policy, to name a few of the many. A data classification policy describes the security levels of information used in an organization and the process for assigning information to a particular classification level. In the context of information security, it is the classification of data based on its level of sensitivity and impact. Data classification policies describe security levels. Classifications may be assigned based on sensitivity of the information and the criticality of the information to the enterprise. In a commercial business setting, for example, ranked from highest to lowest, the different classification policy may include anywhere from public classification to confidential. In the military, however, classification may be ranked from unclassified to sensitive but unclassified to confidential to secret and top secret. We discussed security policies earlier, and I listed a number of them. Let's look at three of the more common ones found across most organizations. Data storage policies appropriate storage locations, provide access control requirements, and also indicate the level of encryption requirements. Data transmission policies appropriate data transmission and provide encryption requirements. As well, they also outline the acceptable transmission mechanism. Another type of data policy that is commonly found is a data lifecycle policy. A data lifecycle policy outlines the flow of an information system's data throughout its life cycle, from creation and initial storage to the time when it becomes obsolete and it's deleted. A data lifecycle policy should address two things: how data is retained, in other words, the data retention policy, and how the data is disposed, or in other words, the disposal policy. We will discuss data security roles. Information and data security requires a collective effort among the various roles of responsibility to protect information. Most organizations today follow a three-tiered model for roles and responsibilities related to information security. This three-tiered model includes data owners, data stewards, and data custodians. At the top of the pyramid, we have data owners. The data owner, or information owner, is usually a member of management who is in charge of a specific business unit and who is ultimately responsible for the protection and use of the specific subset of information. The data owner has due care responsibilities and thus will be held responsible for any negligent act that results in the corruption or disclosure of the data. The data owner decides upon the classification of the data he or she is responsible for and alters that classification if the business need arises. The data owner is also responsible for ensuring that the necessary security controls are in place, defining security requirements per classification and backup requirements, approving any disclosure activities. They're responsible for ensuring that proper access rights are being used and defining user access criteria. The data owner approves access requests or may choose to delegate this function to business unit managers. And the data owner will deal with security violations pertaining to the data he or she is responsible for protecting. Again, this is summarized here. Data owners are usually the business leaders who have responsibility for the mission area most closely related to the data set. And an example would be a VP of HR might be the data owner of all employee information. The data steward is a role within an organization responsible for utilizing an organization's data governance processes to ensure fitness of data elements, both the content and the metadata. The data steward handles the implementation of the high-level policy set by the data owner. For instance, a data steward might make day-to-day decisions about who may access a data set. At the bottom of the pyramid is the data custodian. The data custodian, or information custodian, has a responsibility for maintaining and protecting the data. This role is usually filled by the IT or security department, and the duties include implementing and maintaining security controls, performing regular backups of the data, periodically validating the integrity of the data, restoring data from backup media, retaining records of activity, and fulfilling the requirements specified in the company's security policy, standards, and guidelines that pertain to information security and data protection. We will discuss data privacy. Technological innovation and the power of data analytics create remarkable value, but also present new challenges. Threats to the security and privacy of personal information continue to grow as the value of information has increased. The protection of personal information is appropriately of utmost importance to many individuals and organizations around the world. Security professionals must always keep the protection of personal information and its privacy top of mind. We will now discuss the 10 principles of the generally accepted privacy principles and how data governance programs should help with the protection of personal information. The Generally Accepted Privacy Principles, or GAP, was developed through the collaboration of 4 major industry organizations: the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, AICPA, the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants, CICA, the Information Systems Auditor and Controller Association, ISACA, and the Institute of Internal Auditors, IIA. The GAP framework was previously known as the AICPA/CICA Privacy Framework and is founded on a single privacy principle. That is, personally identifiable information must be collected, used, retained, and disclosed in compliance with the entity's privacy notice and with criteria set out in the GAP issued by the AICPA/CICA. This privacy objective is supported by 10 main principles and over 70 objectives with associated measurable criteria. Let's look at each of these principles. The first principle is management, and this states that an organization handling private information should have policies, procedures, and governance structure in place to protect the privacy of that information. The second principle is notice, and this states that anyone who is in the subject of records maintained by the organization should receive notice of that fact, as well as access to the privacy policies and procedures followed by the organization. The third principle is choice of consent. An organization should inform data subjects of all their options regarding the data that they own and obtain consent from those individuals for the collection, storage, use, and sharing of their personal information. The fourth gap principle is collection. Organizations should only collect personal information for purposes disclosed in their privacy notices. The fifth principle is use, retention, and disposal. Organizations should only use that information for the disclosed purposes and not use it for other reasons because they already have the data. Additionally, the organization should dispose of the data securely as soon as it is no longer needed for the disclosed purpose. Access is the sixth principle. Organizations should provide data subjects with the ability to review and update their personal information. The seventh principle is disclosure to third parties. The organization should only share information with third parties if that sharing is consistent with the purposes disclosed in privacy notices, and the organization has the consent of the individual to share that information. The eighth principle is security. The organizations must secure private information against any authorized access. Data quality is the ninth principle, and this states that organizations should take reasonable steps to ensure that the personal information they maintain is accurate, complete, and relevant. Finally, the 10th principle is monitoring and enforcement. Organizations should have a program in place to monitor compliance with its privacy policies and provide a dispute resolution mechanism. This rounds up the 10 principles of GAP. Security professionals are tasked with maintaining the security of software and hardware components for the enterprise. These systems must be configured in such a manner that they meet security standards as set by security professionals and company policy. Doing this for each device individually can be a nearly impossible and daunting task. Enter into the equation security baselines. Security baselines provide enterprises with an effective way to specify the minimum standards for computing systems and efficiently apply those standards across the devices. Organizations generally begin standardization efforts by developing a baseline standard. Creating and maintaining your security baseline standards will be an ongoing process, requiring the help and support of a number of departments within the organization. When developing security baselines, it's important to bear in mind that baseline security standards only describe the minimum requirements. It is by no means a comprehensive and complete set of requirements that are deployed across devices. Also keep in mind that your baseline standard should be dynamically flexible. This means that the standards should generally be generic in nature. For example, stating that a company laptop should always be stored in room 105 may not be a good idea, as it probably will not stand the test of time. What if in a few months room 105 is utilized as a boardroom to hold all meetings? Rather, we want to rephrase our requirement to something that sounds like this. Electronic devices should remain under positive control of the authorized user. Remember, baseline standards set forth the minimum requirements that apply to every device in the enterprise. Having requirements that are too strict will be either impossible to follow or will require constant updates to the standards to the extent that it would be unfeasible to uphold the standard requirements. So let's quickly recap. Why are baselines so generic? For one, baselines are generic because they set forth the set of minimum requirements. These requirements must then be applied to every device in the enterprise. Finally, keep in mind that if a new device joins the network, the security professionals can simply turn to the security baseline to determine the generic controls that should be enforced. Anything that is too specific would be unsustainable given the vast number of devices on the enterprise network. When developing baseline standards, it is often helpful to think of the three-step approach. First, set the baseline requirements. Once the baselines are set, security professionals and the IT department should deploy the baselines across the enterprise. Finally, the system should be monitored for compliance with the baseline. To summarize, we want to set, deploy, and monitor. Leveraging industry standards. With security configuration standards, the reality of the fact is that they may contain hundreds or even thousands of individual settings. Experts generally recommend these settings to improve system security. Unfortunately, however, most organizations do not have the resources or expertise to develop their own standards. This is especially true for small startups and medium-sized organizations. So, are security standards a distant reality for these organizations? Thankfully, the answer is no. The good news is that vendors and third-party security organizations develop and create industry standards that may serve as effective starting points for enterprise security efforts. Here, we will look at the three sources of security standards that are readily available to organizations: vendors, government agencies, and independent organizations. One possible source of security standards would be the vendor itself. Vendors are an excellent source of security standards because they create the devices, applications, and operating systems. It only makes intuitive sense that they would be most familiar with any vulnerabilities it may have. The vendor would actually want their product to operate efficiently so it could drive further sales. It is in the best interest of the vendor to provide security standards so it could reflect positively on their product. Let's look at a vendor example. I have navigated to the Microsoft Security Guidance blog. On this site, we have security baselines that are offered. The first one that we look at here is a security baseline for Windows 10 v1803, which is the Redstone 4 draft. They also offer both the draft version and the final version of the security baseline for Office 2016 and Office 365 Pro Plus. As you can see, it is in the best interest of the vendor to provide these baselines. It ensures that their application, hardware, or software is running smoothly. The US government is another excellent source of security standards. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, is a measurement standard laboratory and a non-regulatory agency of the United States Department of Commerce. Its mission is to promote innovation and industrial competitiveness. NIST provides detailed guidance on information security and is developed by industry experts. Let's look at NIST. From the NIST website, I've gone ahead and downloaded NIST Special Publication 800-179. This is the guide to securing Apple OS X 10.10 systems for IT professionals. Let's take a look at page 6 on this publication. This is the page that's most relevant to what we want to discuss. As you can see, this document provides a comprehensive guide. It provides the OS X security guide development. It discusses OS X security components. It also takes into consideration installation, backup, and patching. And then it discusses an overview of OS X managed security configuration. Furthermore, it will discuss the security configuration in terms of system hardware and firmware. And as you can see, it provides quite a lot of detail. This publication is 132 pages in total, and it provides quite a lot of useful information. Another possible source of security guidance would be third-party organizations. Third-party organizations exist solely to provide security advice. The Center for Internet Security is a non-profit entity that harnesses the power of the global IT community to safeguard private and public organizations against cyber threats. The CIS website provides benchmarks, cybersecurity best practices, controls, and other variable tools. Let's look at the benchmarks for the CIS. I am now on the CIS website, specifically on the benchmarks page. And as you can see, there's an extensive list of benchmarks that they provide. For example, they have independent Linux, Microsoft Windows, Ubuntu, VMware, IBM DB2, and the list goes on. These benchmarks are a wonderful resource that are readily available. In this manner, we can see that vendors, government agencies, and independent organizations provide an excellent starting point for organizations to develop and create their security efforts. Customizing security standards. So now we have identified security standards and possible sources of security standards. We also stated previously that security standards can and should be customized to best meet your organizational needs. Security standards offered by professionals offer both pros and cons. One of the benefits of utilizing a security standard offered by professionals is that it provides organizations with an excellent starting point. This is especially useful for small to medium organizations that lack the means or the technical know-how to develop their own security standards. However, one major drawback of utilizing a security standard that is offered by professionals is that it still requires customization for each organization's security and business requirements. While security and customization are generally good and should be done, the drawback is that it requires a lot of legwork. Let's take a look at a real-world example and how this might come into play. Let's assume that an industry standard suggests using full disk encryption to protect stored data on an endpoint and suggests that the use of AES encryption with a 128, 192, or 256-bit key. However, the organization might be under a more stringent compliance requirement that mandates the use of 256-bit keys and specifically prohibits the use of 128 or 192-bit keys. One possible solution would be to use the benchmark standard but modify it to require the use of a 256-bit key, removing the options to use a 128 or 192-bit alternative. So how do we do this? Well, we can document the changes by writing a security standard that references another standard. For example, an organization might say that we want to adopt the Center for Internet Security Benchmark Standard for Windows Server 201 R2, dated April 28th of 2016, with the following modification. 1. We're going to change the requirement 1.1.2 to set the password expiration period to 180 days instead of the standard's default 60-day expiration period. And 2. We're going to change the requirement 1.2.2 to lock out accounts after 5 incorrect login attempts instead of the standard 10 attempts threshold. In this manner, we're writing a security standard that references another standard. There are some key points to remember, however. Any customization that enterprises do make to security standards should tie back to clear security and/or business requirements. In other words, they shouldn't just be done arbitrarily. Secondly, it should always document the specific reasons for the deviations. We've all heard the term encryption, but what is encryption? Encryption is the process of encoding a message or information in such a way that only authorized parties can access it, and those who are not authorized cannot. It converts information from plain text into encrypted ciphertext. But how does it do this? Encryption uses algorithms. An algorithm is the procedure that the encryption process follows. The specific algorithm is called the cipher, or code. There are many types of encryption algorithms. The encryption's goal and level of security determines the most effective solution. Triple DES, RSA, and Blowfish are some examples of encryption algorithms or ciphers. If that's encryption, then what's decryption? Decryption is the process of taking encoded or encrypted text or other data and converting it back into text that you or the computer can read and understand. Decryption converts information from encrypted ciphertext into plain text. So here's a very basic example of how this works. Let's say you send a message. Your phone gets the key from the app server and encrypts the message so only your friend can open it. Then, your friend's phone receives the message and decrypts it using their personal key. Finally, your friend reads the message. That is a basic example of encryption-decryption. Another thing you should be familiar with is private key and public key, and this is central to the concept of encryption. A private key, or symmetric key, means that the encryption and decryption keys are the same. The two parties must have the same key before they can achieve secure communication. So what's a public key? A public key means that the encryption key is published and available for anyone to use. Only the receiving party has access to the decryption key that enables them to read that message. Here is an example. Let's assume you are the sender of a plain text message. That plain text message is encrypted using the recipient's public key. Once that's been done, it's created into ciphertext. That ciphertext is then decrypted. It's decrypted using the recipient's private key. Upon completion, the decrypted message becomes plain text once again and is sent to the recipient. As you can see, there's a public key and a private key involved in this process. Secure design principles. Security engineering is about building systems to remain dependable in the face of malice, error, or mischance. As a discipline, it focuses on the tools, processes, and methods needed to design, implement, and test complete systems and to adapt existing systems as their environment evolves. Security engineering requires cross-disciplinary expertise, ranging from cryptography and computer security through hardware tamper resistance and formal methods to a knowledge of economics, applied psychology, organizations, and the law. System engineering skills from business process analysis through software engineering to evaluation and testing are also important, but they are not sufficient, as they deal only with error and mischance rather than malice. Many security systems have critical assurance requirements. Their failure may endanger human life and the environment. They may do serious damage to major economic infrastructure. They may endanger personal privacy, and they may undermine the viability of whole business sectors. We will be exploring many different aspects of security engineering throughout this course, including many of the technologies used to build secure systems. But let's begin with a look at some general security engineering principles, including incorporating security into the design process, the subject-object model, failure modes, segmentation, and isolation. A critical responsibility for security engineers is to consider all of the factors that may pose a security threat or vulnerability. These types of considerations are most effective when factored into the design process from the very beginning. If a security design is a bolt-on, this will rarely be successful. A bolt-on system is basically a security system that has been implemented after the fact. A bolt-on system is a clear indicator that the system was an afterthought to the initial design. In reality, security design is not the last measure of defense, but rather the first measure and one that should be implemented throughout. One of the more well-known security models is the subject-object model. In an access request, the subject is the person, device, or application that is requesting access to a resource. The object of an access control request is the resource that the subject wishes to access. There are many different types of objects. Basically, anything that you might want to control access to can then be the object of an access control request. For example, files stored on a file server might have access permissions set on them. In that case, anytime a user, application, or device requests access to one of those files, the file is the object of the access request. Another example would be requesting access to the memory. In this example, the process would be the subject and the memory would be the object. Even when secure design principles are implemented, there is always the risk of a system failure. How the system should behave in the event of a failure is the topic of failure modes. Essentially, there are two possible failure modes. The first failure mode is the fail-open system. When a security control failure occurs in a fail-open system, the controls are automatically bypassed. While this presents an inherent risk, it does provide the added benefit of business continuity, so long as the business continuity planners have taken a calculated fault tolerance level into consideration, at which point the fail-open system would be acceptable. On the contrary, a fail-secure system locks itself down to a state where no access is granted if the security control fails. This will seize all operations, and from a business continuity perspective, this is unfavorable. However, it is a more cautious approach to security because that allows security engineers to investigate the incident. You will have noticed that in both the fail-open and fail-secure modes, there is an important decision that needs to be made with respect to security versus business continuity. And this touches on an important topic of security engineers having to wear multiple hats. On the one hand, they are security leaders, and on the other hand, they are business leaders. So let's take a closer look at some real-world examples of both a fail-open and fail-secure mode. In this example, we have our internal network connected to the internet, with the network traffic flowing through the firewall. If we were to set the system up in a fail-open mode, a failure in the firewall would result in continued operation. However, there would be no firewall protection. It should be noted, however, that this is an option. Most firewalls are preset to a default deny principle, meaning the flow of traffic through the firewall would be denied. Plus, operating without firewall protection is clearly not a secure approach. Now, let's consider a fail-secure state. An intrusion detection system is a device or software application that monitors a network or system for malicious activity or policy violations. Security engineers may elect to continue operations even if the intrusion detection system fails, so as to not disrupt business operations. An integral part of designing secure systems is to ensure that if one component of a system is compromised, that the risk to other systems or components are mitigated. This is where the concept of isolation and segmentation comes into play. Network segmentation is the practice of splitting a computer network into subnetworks, each being a network segment. Isolation and segmentation yield improved security. So how does it do this? Well, for one, it provides the improved security because broadcasts will be contained to the local network. Internal network structure will not be visible from the outside. Next, there is a reduced attack surface available to pivot in if one of the hosts on the network segment is compromised. Common attack vectors such as LLMNR and NetBIOS poisoning can be partially alleviated by proper network segmentation, as they only work on the local network. For this reason, it is recommended to segment the various areas of a network by usage. A basic example would be to split up web servers, database servers, and standard user machines each into their own segment. Finally, by creating network segments containing only the resources specific to the consumers that you authorize access to, you are creating an environment of least privilege. Process isolation is a set of different hardware and software technologies designed to protect each process from other processes on the operating system. It does so by preventing process A from writing to process B. Process isolation can be implemented with virtual address space, where process A's address space is different from process B's address space, preventing A from writing onto B. Security is easier to enforce by disallowing inter-process memory access than compared to less secure architectures such as DOS, in which any process can write to any memory in any other process. Memory segmentation is the division of a computer's primary memory into segments or sections. In a computer system using segmentation, a reference to a memory location includes a value that identifies a segment and an offset, or a memory location, within that segment. Security models of control are used to determine how security will be implemented, what subject can access the system, and what objects they will have access to. Security models of control are typically implemented by enforcing integrity, confidentiality, or other controls. Keep in mind that each of these models lays out broad guidelines and is not specific in nature. It is up to the developer to decide how these models will be used and integrated into the specific designs. In this lesson, we will discuss multi-level security, the Bell-LaPadula model, and the BIBA model. Both the Bell-LaPadula and BIBA models are designed to provide security within the context of multi-level systems. Multi-level security simply means that a single computing system might be used to store, process, and transmit information of different classification levels, and the users of that system might have different security clearances. For example, an assistant might handle confidential, secret, and top secret information, even though some using the system don't have a top secret security clearance. The Bell-LaPadula model is a state machine model used for enforcing access control in government and military applications. It was developed by David Elliott Bell and Leonard LaPadula, subsequent to strong guidance from Roger Shell, to formalize the U.S. Department of Defense multi-level security policy. The model is a formal straight transition model of computer security policy that describes a set of access control rules which use security labels on objects and clearances for subjects. Security labels range from the most sensitive, for example, top secret, down to the least sensitive, for example, unclassified or public. The Bell-LaPadula model is an example of a model where there is no clear distinction between protection and security. The Bell-LaPadula model is defined by the following three properties. Simple security property. This property states that a subject at one level of confidentiality is not allowed to read information at a higher level of confidentiality. This is sometimes referred to as the no read up. The second property is the star security property. This property states that a subject at one level of confidentiality is not allowed to write information to a lower level of confidentiality. This is also known as no write down. The third property is a strong star property, and this property states that a subject cannot read or write to object of higher or lower sensitivity. Here we have a visual representation of the various properties under the Bell-LaPadula model. In column 1, we have the simple security property, which states that there is no read up. Therefore, a person with secret security clearance cannot read up to a top secret level. The second column, which is the star property, states that there is no write down. So a person with secret clearance cannot write down to an object C that has confidential clearance. The third column is the strong star property. This property states that the subject cannot read or write to an object of higher or lower sensitivity, which is why we have the X's going from B both to A and to object C. The BIBA model, or BIBA integrity model, developed by Kenneth Biba, is a formal state transition system of computer security policy that describes a set of access control rules designed to ensure data integrity. Data and subjects are grouped into ordered levels of integrity. The model is designed so that subjects may not corrupt data in a level ranked higher than the subject or be corrupted by data from a lower level than the subject. In general, the model was developed to address integrity as the core principle, which is the direct reverse of the Bell-LaPadula model. The BIBA model has the following three defining properties. The simple integrity property. This property states that a subject at one level of integrity is not permitted to read an object of lower integrity. The star integrity property. This property states that an object at one level of integrity is not permitted to write to an object of higher integrity. Invocation property. This property prohibits a subject at one level of integrity from invoking a subject at a higher level of integrity. Here we have a visual representation of the BIBA model, and in column 1 we have the simple integrity property, which states that a subject at one level of integrity is not permitted to read an object of lower integrity. So a person in the middle, so for example object B, cannot read an object of level object C. In the second column, we have the star integrity property, which states that an object at one level of integrity is not permitted to write to an object of higher integrity. So object B is not able to write to object A. One easy way to remember these rules is to note that the star property in both BIBA and Bell-LaPadula deal with write. Just remember, it's written in the stars. Another helpful tip is to remember the purpose of the BIBA model. Just keep in mind that the I in BIBA stands for integrity. Security requirements. If we look at the roots of information in cybersecurity, we will quickly learn that long before information security was tackled head-on in the private sector, it was heavily designed and implemented at the government level. The Trusted Computer System Evaluation Criteria, TCSEC book, is a standard from the United States Department of Defense that discusses rating security controls for computer systems. It is also often referred to as the Orange Book. The standard was originally released in 1983 and updated in 1985 before being replaced by the Common Criteria standard in 2005. The Orange Book standard includes 4 top-level categories of security: minimal security, discretionary protection, mandatory protection, and verified protection. In this standard, security begins at the lowest classes in an access control mechanism and ends in the highest class with a mechanism that a clever and determined user cannot circumvent. The Orange Book also defines a trusted system and measures trust in terms of security policies and assurance. TCSEC measures accountability according to independent verification, authentication, and ordering. The TCSEC, or Orange Book, is part of a rainbow series of different manuals put out by US federal government agencies, so named for their colorful printed covers. So let's quickly summarize what we learned. The TCSEC is a Department of Defense Trusted Computer System Information Criteria. It was issued in 1983 and later referred to as the Orange Book by the IT community. It is no longer used, and it was replaced by the Common Criteria in 2005. The Common Criteria is an international set of guidelines and specifications developed for evaluating information security products, specifically to ensure they meet an agreed-upon security standard for government deployments. Common Criteria is more formally called Common Criteria for Information Technology Security Evaluation. The Common Criteria has two key components: protection profiles and evaluation assurance levels. A protection profile, otherwise known as PPRO, defines as a standard set of security requirements for a specific type of product, such as a firewall. The evaluation assurance level, EAL, defines how thoroughly the product is tested. Evaluation assurance levels are scaled from 1 to 7, with 1 being the lowest level evaluation and 7 being the highest level evaluation. A higher level evaluation does not mean the product has a higher level of security, only that the product went through more tests. To submit a product for evaluation, the vendor must first complete a security target description, which includes an overview of the product and the product's security features, an evaluation of potential security threats, and the vendor's self-assessment detailing how the product conforms to the relevant protection profile and the EAT the vendor chooses to test again. The laboratory then tests the product to verify the product's security features and evaluates how well it meets the specifications defined in the protection profile. The results of a successful evaluation form the basis for an official certification of the product. The goal of the Common Criteria certification is to assure customers that the products they are buying have been evaluated and that the vendor's claims have been verified by a vendor-neutral third party. The Common Criteria originated out of 3 standards: ITsec, the European standard developed in the early 1990s by France, Germany, the Netherlands, and the UK; CTCPEC, the Canadian standard, followed from the US DoD standard, but avoided several problems that was issued jointly by evaluators from both the US and Canada. The CTCPEC standard was first published in May 1993. And TCSEC, the United States Department of Defense DoD 5200 standard, called the Orange Book and parts of the Rainbow series. The Orange Book originated from computer security work, including the Anderson Report, done by the National Security Agency, and the National Bureau of Standards in the late 1970s and the early 1980s. The central thesis of the Orange Book follows from the work done by Dave Bell and Len LaPadula for a set of protection mechanisms. The government uses a certification and accreditation process to determine whether the system may be used in the government setting. Certification and accreditation at the government level is not only very complicated, but also very confidential. It also goes well beyond the scope of this course. To get a better understanding of certification and accreditation, we will use the commercial level of certification and accreditation to describe what it is and how it is utilized in a real-world example. Certification is the comprehensive technical evaluation of the security components and their compliance for the purpose of accreditation. A certification process may use safeguard evaluation, risk analysis, verification, testing, and auditing techniques to assess the appropriateness of a specific system. For example, suppose Dan is the security officer for a company that just purchased new systems to be used to process its confidential data. He wants to know if these systems are appropriate for these tasks and if they are going to provide the necessary level of protection. He also wants to make sure they are compatible with its current environment, do not reduce productivity, and do not open new doors to new threats. Basically, he wants to know if these are the right products for his company. He could pay a company that specializes in these matters to perform the necessary procedures to certify the systems, but he wants to carry out the process internally. The evaluation team will perform tests on the software configurations, hardware, firmware, design, implementation, system procedures, and physical and communication controls. The goal of the certification process is to ensure that the system, product, or network is right for the customer's purposes. Customers will rely upon a product for slightly different reasons, and environments will have various threat levels. So a particular product is not necessarily the best fit for every single customer out there. Of course, vendors will try to convince you otherwise. The product has to provide the right functionality and security for the individual customer, which is the whole purpose of the certification process. The certification process and corresponding documentation will indicate the good, the bad, and the ugly about the product and how it works within the given environment. Dan will take these results and present them to his management for the accreditation process. Accreditation is the formal acceptance of the adequacy of the system's overall security and functionality by management. The certification information is presented to management or the responsible body, and it is up to management to ask questions, review the reports and findings, and decide whether to accept the product and whether any corrective action needs to be taken place. Once satisfied with the system's overall security as presented, management makes a formal accreditation statement. By doing this, management is stating it understands the level of protection the security system will provide in its current environment and understands the security risks associated with installing and maintaining the system. With that having been said, here is a very helpful tip for you to remember. Certification is a technical review that assesses the security mechanisms and evaluates their effectiveness. Accreditation, however, is the management's official acceptance of the information in the certification process findings. There are 4 options available for an accreditation authority when making an accreditation decision. A full authorization to operate is valid for 3 years. Alternatively, if there are some security issues that need to be addressed, but not significant enough to not grant authorization, the authorization authority may grant an interim authorization to operate. This would grant authorization while providing a 6-month window to address any security issues that the authorizing authority deems need to be addressed. If an interim authorization to test is granted, then the system may be used for test purposes only. The final accreditation decision is a denial of authorization to operate. With a denial of authorization, the use of the system is entirely prohibited. Virtualization refers to the creation of a virtual resource such as a server, desktop, operating system, file, storage, or network. The main goal of virtualization is to manage workloads by radically transforming traditional computing to make it more scalable. Virtualization has been part of the IT landscape for decades now, and today it can be applied to a wide range of system layers, including operating system level virtualization, hardware level virtualization, and server virtualization. We'll discuss virtualization in further detail, but first let's consider the technology landscape that has led up to virtualization. From the 1950s through the 1970s, the US group of manufacturers known as the IBM and Seven Dwarfs, which by the way included Honeywell and General Electric, developed mainframe computers that dominated the next few decades. Mainframe computers are computers used primarily by large organizations for critical applications, bulk data processing such as census, industry and consumer statistics, enterprise resource planning, and transaction processing. These mainframe computers were the backbone to the data centers for many years. As technology further advanced, the client-server model emerged in the 1980s and 90s. The client-server model had several unique distinctive advantages. The first advantage is centralization of control. It provides access, resources, and integrity of the data that are controlled by the dedicated server so that a program or unauthorized client cannot damage the system. This centralization also facilitates tasks of updating data or other resources. The second advantage is scalability. You can actually increase the capacity of clients and servers separately. Any element can be increased or enhanced at any time, or you can add new nodes to the network, for example, clients or servers. A third advantage is that it has easy maintenance. It allows you to distribute the roles and responsibilities to several standalone computers. You can replace, repair, upgrade, or even move a server, while customers will not be affected by that change, or they'll be minimally affected. This independence of the change is also known as encapsulation. While the client-server model has many advantages, its shortcomings are significant. For one, it's resulted in wasted resources. Due to the nature of internet traffic, servers were sitting idle for extended periods of time. It was only when there was a spike in network traffic that the servers would be utilized at an acceptable level. There was clearly demand for a more efficient method, and it was around that same time virtualization technology became available. Virtualization allowed many different virtual servers to make use of the same underlying hardware. The clear-cut advantage of utilizing a shared hardware platform is that it allows a shift of memory, storage, and processing power to wherever it's needed most at any given time. VMware is a perfect example of a virtualization platform that makes this possible. So how does virtualization work exactly? Software called hypervisors separate the physical resources from the virtual environments, the things that need those resources. Hypervisors can sit on top of the operating system, like on a laptop, or be installed directly onto hardware, like a server, which is how most enterprises virtualize. Hypervisors take your physical resources and divide them up so that the virtual environments can use them. Resources are partitioned as needed from the physical environment to the many virtual environments. Users interact with and run computations within the virtual environment, typically called a guest machine or virtual machine. The virtual machine functions as a single data file, and like any digital file, it can be moved from one computer to another, opened in either one, and be expected to work the same. When the virtual environment is running and a user or program issues an instruction, that requires additional resources from the physical environment. The hypervisor relays the request to the physical system and caches the changes, which all happens at close to native speed, particularly if the request is sent through an open source hypervisor based on KVM, the kernel-based virtual machine. Let's discuss the types of virtualization. First, starting with data virtualization. Data that's spread all over can be consolidated into a single source. Data virtualization allows companies to treat data as a dynamic supply, providing processing capabilities that can bring together data from multiple sources, easily accommodate new data, and transform data according to user needs. Data virtualization tools like Red Hat, JBoss, Data Virtualization sits in front of multiple data sources and allows them to be treated as a single source, delivering the needed data in the required form at the right time to any application or user. Next, there's desktop virtualization. This is easily confused with operating system virtualization, which allows you to deploy multiple operating systems on a single machine. Desktop virtualization allows a central administrator, or automated administration tool, to deploy simulated desktop environments to hundreds of physical machines at once. Unlike traditional desktop environments that are physically installed, configured, and updated on each machine, desktop virtualization allows admins to perform mass configurations, updates, and security checks on all virtual desktops. Next, we have server virtualization. Servers are computers designed to process a high volume of specific tasks really well, so other computers, like laptops and desktops, can do a variety of other tasks. Virtualizing a server lets it to do more of those specific functions and involves partitioning it so that the components can be used to serve multiple functions. Next, we have operating system virtualization. Operating system virtualizations happens at the kernel, which is essentially the central task managers of operating systems. It's a useful way to run Linux and Windows environments side by side. Enterprises can also push virtual operating systems to computers, which reduces bulk hardware costs since the computers don't require such high out-of-the-box capabilities. It increases security since all virtual instances can be monitored and isolated, and it limits time spent on IT services like software updates. For security professionals, virtualization poses a number of legitimate security concerns around virtual machine isolation. In a physical server environment, each server runs on its own dedicated processor and memory resources. If a malicious attacker compromises the machine, that event is limited to that particular machine. In a virtualized environment, however, a malicious attacker may break out of the virtualized guest operating system and therefore pose an immediate threat to other systems as well. This type of attack is known as a VM escape attack. Cloud computing is a general term for the delivery of hosted services over the internet. Cloud computing enables companies to consume a compute resource, such as a virtual machine, storage, or an application, as a utility, just like electricity, rather than having to build and maintain computing infrastructures in-house. It is therefore the practice of using a network of remote servers hosted on the internet to store, manage, and process data, rather than a local server or a personal computer. Cloud computing boasts several attractive benefits for businesses and end users. 5 of the main benefits of cloud computing are self-serve provisioning, whereby end users can spin up computer resources for almost any type of workload on demand. This eliminates the traditional need for IT administrators to provision and manage compute resources. Another benefit would be elasticity, whereby companies can scale up as computing needs increase and scale down again as demands decrease. This eliminates the need for massive investments in local infrastructure, which may or may not remain active. Another benefit would be pay-per-use. Compute resources are measured at a granular level, enabling users to pay only for the resources and workloads they use. Workload resilience. Cloud service providers often implement redundant resources to ensure resilient storage and to keep users' important workloads running, often across multiple global regions. The 5th benefit of cloud computing is migration flexibility. Organizations can move certain workloads to or from the cloud or to different cloud platforms as desired or automatically for better cost savings or to use new services as they emerge. Cloud computing offers various deployment models. Private cloud is a cloud infrastructure operated solely for a single organization, whether managed internally or by a third party, and hosted either internally or externally. Undertaking a private cloud project requires significant engagement to virtualize the business environment and requires the organization to reevaluate decisions about existing resources. It can improve business, but every step in the project raises security issues that must be addressed to prevent serious vulnerabilities. Self-run data centers are generally capital intensive. They have a significant physical footprint, requiring allocations of space, hardware, and environmental controls. These assets have to be refreshed periodically, resulting in additional capital expenditures. They have attracted criticism because users still have to buy, build, and manage them, and thus do not benefit from less hands-on management, essentially lacking the economic model that makes cloud computing such an intriguing concept. Public cloud. A cloud is called a public cloud when the services are rendered over a network that is open for public use. Public cloud services may be free. Technically, there may be little or no difference between public and private cloud architecture. However, security consideration may be substantially different for services, for example, applications, storage, and other resources that are made available by a service provider for a public audience and when communication is effected over a non-trusted network. Generally, public cloud service providers like Amazon Web Services, Oracle, Microsoft, and Google own and operate the infrastructure at their data center, and access is generally via the internet. AWS, Oracle, Microsoft, and Google also offer Direct Connect services called AWS Direct Connect, Oracle Fast Connect, Azure Express Route, and Cloud Interconnect, respectively. Such connections require customers to purchase or lease a private connection to a peering point offered by the cloud provider. Hybrid cloud. Hybrid cloud is a composition of 2 or more clouds, private, community, or public, that remain distinct entities but are bound together, offering the benefits of multiple deployment models. Hybrid cloud can also mean the ability to connect, colocation, managed, and/or dedicate services with cloud resources. A hybrid cloud service crosses isolation and provider boundaries so that it can't be simply put in one category of private, public, or community cloud service. It essentially allows one to extend either the capacity or the capability of a cloud service by aggregation, integration, or customization with another cloud service. Varied use cases for hybrid cloud compositions exist as well. For example, an organization may store sensitive client data in-house on a private cloud application, but interconnect that application to a business intelligence application provided on a cloud as a software service. This example of hybrid cloud extends the capabilities of the enterprise to deliver a specific business service through the addition of externally available public cloud services. Hybrid cloud adoption depends on a number of factors such as data security, the compliance requirements, level of control needed over data, and the applications an organization uses. So let's summarize what we've learned. A public cloud is cost-effective, is easy to deploy, offers on-demand scalability, is reliable, offers continuous uptime, and requires almost zero maintenance. The benefit of a private cloud model is that it offers a higher level of data security and safety, it's less risky, offers reliability, agility, and efficiency. Finally, the hybrid model is secure and safe, it's cost-effective, it adds the added benefit of being flexible and scalable, and it's easy to transition into. Let's discuss public cloud tiers. Though service-oriented architecture advocates everything as a service with the acronyms EaaS or XaaS, cloud computing providers offer their services according to different models, of which the three standard models per NIST are infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. These models offer increasing abstraction. They are thus often portrayed as layers in a stack, infrastructure, platform, and software as a service, but these need not be related. For example, one can provide software as a service implemented on physical machines, bare metal, without using underlying PaaS or IaaS layers, and conversely, one can run a program as IaaS and access it directly without wrapping it as SaaS. Let's discuss software as a service, infrastructure as a service, and platform as a service in a little bit more detail. Software as a service is the capability provided to the consumer to use the provider's application running on a cloud infrastructure. The applications are accessible from various client devices through either a thin client interface, such as a web browser, for example, web-based email, or a program interface. The consumer does not manage or control the underlying cloud infrastructure, including network servers, operating systems, storage, or even individual application capabilities, with the possible exception of limited user-specific application configuration settings. Infrastructure as a service, or IaaS, refers to online services that provide high-level APIs used to dereference various low-level details of underlying network infrastructure like physical computing resources, location, data partitioning, scaling, security backup, and more. A hypervisor such as Oracle VirtualBox or Oracle VM runs the virtual machines as guests. Pools of hypervisors within the cloud operational system can support large numbers of virtual machines and the ability to scale services up and down according to customers' varying requirements. Linux containers run in isolated partitions of a single Linux kernel running directly on the physical hardware. Linux cgroups and namespaces are the underlying Linux kernel technologies used to isolate, secure, and manage the containers. Containerization offers higher performance than virtualization because there is no hypervisor overhead. Also, container capacity autoscales dynamically with computing load, which eliminates the problem of over-provisioning and enables usage-based billing. Infrastructure as a service cloud often offers additional resources such as a virtual machine disk image library, raw block storage, file or object storage, firewalls, load balancers, IP addresses, virtual local area networks or VLANs, and software bundles. The NIST's definition of cloud computing describes infrastructure as a service as where the consumer is able to deploy and run arbitrary software, which can include operating systems and applications. The consumer does not manage or control the underlying cloud infrastructure, but has control over operating systems, storage, and deployed applications, and possibly limited control over select networking control components, such as host firewalls. IaaS cloud providers supply these resources on demand from their large pools of equipment installed in data centers. For wide area connectivity, customers can use either the internet or carrier clouds, dedicated virtual private networks. To deploy their applications, cloud users install operating system images and their application software on the cloud infrastructure. In this model, the cloud user patches and maintains the operating systems and the application software. Cloud providers typically bill IaaS services on a utility computing basis. Cost reflects the amount of resources allocated and consumed. Platform as a Service, or PaaS, is the capability provided to the consumer to deploy onto the cloud infrastructure consumer-created or acquired applications created using programming languages, libraries, services, and tools supported by the provider. The consumer does not manage or control the underlying cloud infrastructure, including network, servers, operating systems, or storage, but has control over the deployed applications and possibly configuration settings for the application hosting environment. Let's look at a few examples of each. Software as a Service examples would include Google Docs and Spreadsheets, NetSuite, and IBM Lotus Live. Platform as a Service examples would include Force.com, Rollbase, LongJump, Google App Engine, and Windows Azure. Infrastructure as a Service examples would include Joint, Amazon Web Services, VMware, and Rockspace Hosting. In a cloud computing model, professionals must look at security from a different perspective. The shared responsibility approach requires that both vendors and customers take responsibility for different elements of security. In an infrastructure as a service approach, the vendor is responsible for managing the security of their hardware and data center. Customers configure the operating system, applications, and data, so securing those elements is primarily a customer responsibility. In a platform as a service approach, the customer still has data and application responsibility, but does not directly interact with the operating system, so that responsibility shifts to the vendor. And finally, in a software as a service approach, the vendor manages almost everything, and the only responsibility that the customer has is knowing what data is stored in the service and applying appropriate access controls. In this lesson, we will discuss memory protection. When discussing memory protection, we want to familiarize ourselves with two types, RAM and ROM. RAM stands for Random Access Memory, and ROM stands for Read-Only Memory. So what are the differences? Let's look at the two and compare them. RAM is the memory available for the operating system, programs, and processes to use when the computer is running. ROM is the memory that comes with your computer that is pre-written to hold the instructions for booting up the computer. RAM requires a flow of electricity to retain the data, for example, the computer being powered on. ROM will retain data without the flow of electricity, for example, when the computer is turned off. RAM is a type of volatile memory. Data in RAM is not permanently written. When you power off your computer, the data stored in RAM is deleted. ROM is a type of non-volatile memory. Data in ROM is permanently written and is not erased when you power off your computer. There are different types of RAM, including DRAM, Dynamic Random Access Memory, and SRAM, Static Random Access Memory. There are different types of ROM, including PROM, Programmable Read-Only Memory, that is manufactured as blank memory, for example CD-ROMs, and EPROM, Erasable Programmable Read-Only Memory. There are many differences between RAM and ROM memory, but there are also a couple of similarities, and these are very easy to remember. Both types of memory are used by a computer, and they are both required for your computer to operate properly and efficiently. Memory management is the process of controlling and coordinating computer memory, assigning portions called blocks to various running programs to optimize overall system performance. Memory management resides in the hardware, in the operating system, in programs and applications. In hardware, memory management involves components that physically store data, such as RAM chips, memory caches, and flash-based SSDs, or solid-state drives. In the operating system, memory management involves the allocation and constant reallocation of specific memory blocks to individual programs as user demands change. At the application level, memory management ensures the availability of adequate memory for the object and data structures of each running program at all times. Application memory management combines two related tasks, known as allocation and recycling. When a program requests a block of memory, a part of the memory manager called the allocator assigns the block to the program. When a program no longer needs that data in previously allocated memory blocks, those blocks become available for reassignment. This task can be done manually by the programmer or automatically by the memory manager. Memory protection is a way to control memory access rights on a computer and is a part of most modern instruction set architectures and operating systems. The main purpose of memory protection is to prevent a process from accessing memory that has not been allocated to it. This prevents a bug or malware within a process from affecting other processes or the operating system itself. An attempt to access unowned memory results in a hardware fault called a segmentation fault or storage violation exception, generally causing abnormal termination of the offending process. Memory protection for computer security includes additional techniques such as address space layout randomization and executable space protection. A segmentation fault, often shortened to segfault or access violation, is a fault or failure condition raised by hardware with memory protection, notifying an operating system the software has attempted to access a restricted area of memory, a memory access violation. On standard x86 computers, this is a form of general protection fault. The operating system kernel will, in response, usually perform some corrective action, generally passing the fault onto the offending process by sending the process a signal. Processes can in some cases install a custom signal handler, allowing them to recover on their own, but otherwise the operating system default signal handler is used, generally causing abnormal termination of the process, a program crash in other words, and sometimes a core dump. Segmentation faults are a common class of error in programs written in languages like C that provide low-level memory access. They arise primarily due to errors in use of pointers for virtual memory addressing, particularly illegal access. Another type of memory access error is a bus error, which also has various causes, but is today much rarer. These occur primarily due to incorrect physical memory addressing or due to misaligned memory access. These are memory references that the hardware cannot address rather than references that a process is not allowed to address. Newer programming languages may employ mechanisms designed to avoid segmentation faults and improve memory safety. For example, the Rust programming language, which appeared in 2010, employs an ownership-based model to ensure memory safety. A memory leak is a process in which a program or application persistently retains a computer's primary memory. It occurs when the resident memory program does not return or release allocated memory space, even after execution, resulting in slower or unresponsive system behavior. A memory leak is also known as a space leak. A memory leak is considered a failure or bug within the application or program that holds it. Memory leakage may be intended or unintended by the application or program, which may retain the application in memory to execute operations or remain frozen in an unrecoverable state. The resident program also may source or leak additional memory space without releasing the previously used space, leading to the exhaustion of memory resources and a poorly performing or frozen system. A memory leak may be mitigated through specialized memory management software or by adding garbage collection functions to the application source code. In computing, an interface is a shared boundary across which two or more separate components of a computer system exchange information. The exchange can be between software, computer hardware, peripheral devices, humans, and combinations of these. Some computer hardware devices, such as a touchscreen, can both send and receive data through the interface, while others, such as a mouse or microphone, may only provide an interface to send data to a given system. API is the acronym for Application Programming Interface, which is a software intermediary that allows two applications to talk to each other. Each time you use an app, like Facebook, send an instant message, or check the weather on your phone, you're using an API. When you use an application on your mobile phone, the application connects to the internet and sends data to a server. The server then retrieves that data, interprets it, performs the necessary actions, and sends it back to your phone. The application then interprets the data and presents you with the information you wanted in a readable way. This is what an API is. All of this happens via API. To explain this better, let us take a familiar example. Imagine you're sitting at a table in a restaurant with a menu of choices to order from. The kitchen is the part of the system that will prepare your order. What is missing is the critical link to communicate your order to the kitchen and deliver your food back to your table. That's where the waiter or API comes in. The waiter is the messenger or API that takes your request or order and tells the kitchen, the system, what to do. Then the waiter delivers the response back to you. In this case, it is the food. Here's another real-life example of an API. You may be familiar with the process of searching for flights online. Just like the restaurant, you have a variety of options to choose from, including different cities, departure and return dates, and more. Let us imagine that you're booking your flight on an airline website. You choose a departure city and date, and return city and date, cabin class, as well as other variables. In order to book your flight, you interact with the airline's website to access their database and see if any seats are available on those dates and what the costs might be. However, what if you are not using the airline's website, a channel that has direct access to the information? What if you're using an online travel service, such as Kayak or Expedia, which aggregates information from a number of airline databases? The travel service, in this case, interacts with the airline's API. The API is the interface that, like your helpful waiter, can be asked by the online travel service to get information from the airline's database to book seats, baggage options, etc. The API then takes the airline's response to your request and delivers it right back to the online service, which then shows you the most updated relevant information. What an API also provides is a layer of security. Your phone's data is never fully exposed to the server, and likewise, the server is never fully exposed to your phone. Instead, each communicates with small packets of data, sharing only that which is necessary, like ordering takeout. You tell the restaurant what you would like to eat, they tell you what you need in return, and then, in the end, you get your meal. APIs have become so valuable that they comprise a large part of many businesses' revenue. Major companies like Google, eBay, Salesforce.com, Amazon, and Expedia are just a few of the many companies that make money from their APIs. What the API economy refers to is this marketplace of APIs. Modern API has taken on some characteristics that make them extraordinarily valuable and useful. For one, modern APIs adhere to standards, typically HTTP and REST, that are developer-friendly, they're easily accessible, and understood broadly. Moreover, they are treated more like products than code. They are designed for consumption for specific audiences, for example, mobile developers. They are documented, and they are versioned in a way that users can have certain expectations of its maintenance and lifecycle. And because they are much more standardized, they have a much stronger discipline for security and governance, as well as monitored and managed for performance and scale. As with any other piece of productized software, the modern API has its own software development lifecycle, or SDLC, of designing, testing, building, managing, and versioning. Also, modern APIs are well documented for consumption and versioning. When discussing interface types, there are two types: physical interface and virtual interface. Virtual interfaces are network interfaces that are not associated with a physical interface. Physical interfaces have some form of physical element, for example, a RJ45 mail connector on an Ethernet cable. Virtual interfaces exist only in software. There are no physical elements. You identify an individual virtual interface using a numerical ID after the virtual interface name. For example, loopback0 or tunnel1. The ID is unique per virtual interface type to make the entire name string unique. For example, both a loopback0 interface and null0 interface can exist, but two loopback0 interfaces cannot exist in a single networking device. Some of the common types of virtual interfaces include loopback interfaces, null interfaces, subinterfaces, and tunnel interfaces. This then begs the question, why do we need virtual interfaces and what are the benefits? Well, each type of virtual interface has its own benefit. For example, subinterfaces were invented as a method of virtually subdividing a physical interface into two or more interfaces, so that IP routing protocols would see the network connection to each remote networking device as a separate physical layer, even though the subinterfaces share a common physical interface. One of the first uses of subinterfaces was to resolve the problem with split horizon of frame relay WANs. A null interface provides an alternative method of filtering without the overhead involved with using access lists. For example, instead of creating an outbound access list that prevents traffic to a destination network from being transmitted out an interface, you can configure a static route for the destination network that points to the null interface. A loopback interface can provide a stable interface on which you can assign a layer 3 address, such as an IP or IPX address. This address can be configured as the source address when the networking device needs to send data for protocols to another device in your network, and you want the receiving data to always see the same source IP address from the networking device. As it relates to interfaces on vulnerability, sometimes what happens is malicious users are able to exfiltrate information from a sensitive system to the outside world through what is known as a covert channel. Covert channels provide a backdoor for communications into or out of the system and allow inadvertent interfaces that weren't planned by software developers to be exploited. There are two types of covert channels. Storage channels communicate by modifying a storage location, such as a hard drive. Timing channels perform operations that affect the real response time observed by the receiver. Three things are required for a covert channel to exist. First, the sender and receiver must have access to a shared resource. Second, the sender must be able to vary some property of the shared resource that the receiver can observe. Finally, the sender and receiver must be able to synchronize their communication. It's apparent that covert channels are extremely common. Probably the only way to completely eliminate the covert channels is to eliminate all shared resources and all communication. Availability, in the context of a computer system, refers to the ability of a user to access information or resources in a specified location and in the correct format. Availability is one of the 5 pillars of information assurance, the other 4 being integrity, authentication, confidentiality, and non-repudiation. When a system is regularly non-functioning, information availability is affected and significantly impacts users. In addition, when data is not secure and easily available, information security is affected. Another factor affecting availability is time. If a computer system cannot deliver information efficiently, then availability is compromised. Data availability must be ensured by storage, which may be local or at an offsite facility. In the case of an offsite facility, an established business continuity plan should state the availability of this data when on-site data is not available. At all times, information must be available to those with clearance. Availability can generally be improved in one of 2 manners: high availability and fault tolerance. High availability refers to a system or component that is continuously operational for a desirably long length of time. Availability can be measured relative to 100% operational or never failing. A widely held but difficult to achieve standard of availability for a system or product is known as 5 nines, which is 99.999% availability. One example of increasing availability would be power supplies. Power supplies contain moving parts and have high failure rates. By offering a secondary power source, availability may be increased. RAID is short for Redundant Array of Independent Disks. Originally, the term RAID was defined as Redundant Array of Inexpensive Disks, but now it is usually referred to as Redundant Array of Independent Disks. RAID storage uses multiple disks in order to provide fault tolerance to improve overall performance and to increase the storage capacity in a system. This is in contrast with older storage devices that used only a single disk drive. RAID allows you to store the same data redundantly in a balanced way to improve overall performance. RAID disk drives are frequently on servers but aren't generally necessary for personal computers. So how does RAID work? With RAID technology, data can be mirrored on one or more disks in the same array so that if one disk fails, the data is preserved. Thanks to a technique known as striping, a technique for spreading data over multiple disk drives. RAID also offers the option of reading or writing to more than one disk at the same time in order to improve performance. In this arrangement, sequential data is broken into segments which are sent to the various disks in the array, speeding up throughput. A typical RAID array uses multiple disks that appear to be on a single device, so it can provide more storage capacity than a single disk. RAID devices use many different architectures, called levels, depending on the desired balance between performance and fault tolerance. RAID levels describe how data is distributed across the drives. you will need to be familiar with RAID Level 1 and RAID Level 5. RAID Level 1 is commonly referred to as mirroring, where RAID Level 5 is commonly referred to as striping. Let's take a closer look at each. RAID 1 consists of an exact copy or mirror of a set of data on 2 or more disks. A classic RAID 1 mirrored pair contains 2 disks. This configuration offers no parity, striping, or spanning of the disk space across multiple disks, since the data is mirrored on all disks belonging to the array, and the array can only be as big as the smallest member disk. This layout is useful when read performance or reliability is more important than write performance or the resulting data storage capacity. RAID 5 is a RAID configuration that uses disk striping with parity. Because data and parity are stripes across all the disks, no single disk has a bottleneck. Striping also allows users to reconstruct data in case of disk failure. Reads and writes are more evenly balanced in this configuration, making RAID 5 the most commonly used RAID method. The other method of improving availability is through fault tolerance. Fault-tolerant technology is a capability of a computer system, electronic system, or network to deliver uninterrupted service despite one or more of its components failing. Fault tolerance also resolves potential service interruptions related to software or logic errors. The purpose is to prevent catastrophic failure that could result from a single point of failure. Let's look at a few examples of how we can integrate fault tolerance into a new or existing system. Fault tolerance can include responding to a power failure, which is the lowest level of fault tolerance, immediately using a backup system in the event of a system failure, allowing mirrored disks to immediately take over for a failed disk, and multiple processors working together and comparing data and output for errors, then immediately correcting the detected errors. Every vibrant technology marketplace needs an unbiased source of information on best practices as well as an active body advocating open standards. In the application security space, one of those groups is the Open Web Application Security Project, or OWASP for short. OWASP operates as a nonprofit and is not affiliated with any technology company, which means it is in a unique position to provide impartial, practical information about AppSec to individuals, corporations, universities, governments, agencies, and other organizations worldwide. Operating as a community of like-minded professionals, OWASP issues software tools and knowledge-based documentation on application security. All of its articles, methodologies, and technologies are made available free of charge to the public. OWASP makes available a list of the top 10 most critical web application security risks. Let's take a look at the OWASP Top 10 for 2017. If you navigate to owasp.org, you'll see this webpage here. I'm going to go ahead and click on OWASP Top 10 2017. Now, when we come to this page, this is initially what you'll see. It's a PDF document. I'd like to draw your attention to page 6. This page has something that I personally find very interesting. It actually shows you what the application security risks are and the threat agents, the vectors, the actual weakness, what kind of security controls there would be, the technical impacts, and the business impacts. And it actually shows you the route that it would take. This is actually very helpful to know. The whole document here actually has quite a bit of useful information. But let's go ahead and jump over to page 7 here, which actually has the list of top 10 security risks for 2017. The top 10 security risks are injection, broken authentication, sensitive data exposure, XML external entities, broken access control, security misconfigurations, cross-site scripting, insecure deserialization, components with known vulnerabilities, and insufficient logging and monitoring. Now, we're not going to go through each one of these individually. It would simply be too redundant. Everything is listed here. I would highly encourage you to take a look at this information. And if you feel that you need more information on each one of these, a simple Google search will provide you plenty of information on that. The details of this go well beyond the scope of this course in terms of going into details. But we will look at a few of these in more detail. For example, we will look at SQL injections, and we will also look at cross-site scripting in further detail. If you actually scroll down this document, you'll see each one of them is actually explained. For example, one of the top 10 vulnerabilities is injection. It tells you what the threat agent is, the attack vectors, and it goes into quite a bit of detail to provide you with real-world examples. So here's one example here of an attack scenario, and it does the same thing for the other 9 vulnerabilities. So here we have broken authentication. It gives you all the details you need there. Same thing with sensitive data exposure. This document is well worth the read. It provides quite a bit of information and is time well spent. The danger of SQL injections has been known for 15 years, and yet such attacks are still one of the greatest dangers to dynamic websites, which can cause serious damage, including the destruction of the data in your database. But what exactly are they, and how can you prevent them? To understand a SQL injection, you must first understand what a SQL is. SQL, otherwise known as Structured Query Language, is a domain-specific language used in programming and designed for managing data held in a relational database management system, or for stream processing in a relational data stream management system. Okay, great. So we know what a SQL is, but what is a SQL injection? On the modern web, you can find lots of dynamic sites which are generated on the fly. A scripting language such as PHP retrieves content from a database and puts it together based on instructions or statements. Such instructions contain the code written by the developer, as well as the data the visitor enters via the web form. For example, when he or she enters his login and password. If a developer is not careful enough when writing his or her statements, ill-intentioned people will have the opportunity to slip malicious code into the data they enter, allowing them to execute other instructions. So, in short, hackers use certain characters or formulas in the input field of the form, as a result of which their input is no longer seen as a simple string, but rather as a function. So let's look at some of these most common signs. An asterisk is an instruction for the SQL database to show all columns for the selected row in the database. Equals is an instruction for the SQL database to show only the values that match the search string. A simple quote is used to tell the SQL database where the search string begins or ends. A semicolon is used to tell the SQL parser that the current statement is terminated. A double dash is used to tell the SQL parser that the rest of the row is a comment. It should not be executed. What are the dangers of a SQL injection? As previously stated, SQL injection is an attack in which extra code is added to the input. If no precautions are taken into the script to anticipate such situations, the code will be executed, leading to dangerous situations. The attacker can add, edit, or read the database content, read the source code of files on the database server, write files to the database server, and these are just a few simple examples. Here's an example that should clearly illustrate this. This code is used as a SQL statement whose purpose is to select a user with a specific ID. But what if the user enters the code below as his user ID in the form? The statement then becomes select star from users where user ID equals 105 or 1 equals 1. The consequence of this is that although the initial purpose was to show a single row, that of the user ID entered into the input, all rows are now shown because the OR condition is always true, 1 equals 1. And when the users table does not only contain usernames but also passwords, you are in big trouble. If I was trying to defend against SQL injection attacks, I can use two techniques: input validation and parameterized queries. Input validation occurs when the web application inspects the input provided by a user to make sure that it is in an appropriate format. For example, the input should never contain a single quotation mark. This checking should always be performed by the web application on the server where an attacker can't modify the code. If the developer tries to use a technique known as client-side validation, where the user's web browser validates input, an attacker can easily remove those checks and bypass the input validation security. The second SQL injection prevention technique is the use of parameterized SQL commands. Using this technique, SQL statements are stored on a server, sometimes in a precompiled format, where the input provided by applications is plugged in after the SQL is already processed. This type of query also prevents SQL injection attacks. In this lesson, we will be discussing cross-site scripting and its prevention. Cross-site scripting refers to client-side code injection attack wherein an attacker can execute malicious script, also commonly referred to as a malicious payload, into a legitimate website or web application. Cross-site scripting is amongst the most rampant of web application vulnerabilities and occurs when a web application makes use of an unvalidated or unencoded user input within the output it generates. By leveraging cross-site scripting, an attacker does not target a victim directly. Instead, an attacker would exploit a vulnerability within a website or web application that the victim would visit, essentially using the vulnerable website as a vehicle to deliver a malicious script to the victim's browser. A cross-site script vulnerability arises when web applications take data from users and dynamically include it in web pages without first properly validating the data. Cross-site script vulnerabilities allow an attacker to execute arbitrary commands and display arbitrary content in a victim user's browser. A successful XSS attack leads to an attacker controlling the victim's browser or account on the vulnerable web application. Although XSS is enabled by vulnerable pages in an application, the victims of an XSS attack are the application's users, not the application itself. The potency of a XSS vulnerability lies in the fact that the malicious code executes in the context of the victim's session, allowing the attacker to bypass normal security restrictions. Reflected cross-site scripting occurs when an attacker injects browser executable code within a single HTTP response. The injected attack is not stored within the application itself. It is non-persistent and only impacts the users who open a maliciously crafted link or third-party web page. There are many ways in which an attacker can entice a victim into initiating a reflective XSS request. For example, the attacker could send the victim a misleading email with a link containing malicious JavaScript. If the victim clicks on the link, the HTTP request is initiated from the victim's browser and sent to the vulnerable web application. The malicious JavaScript is then reflected back to the victim's browser, where it is executed in the context of a victim user's session. Persistent cross-site scripting. The persistent cross-site scripting vulnerability is a more devastating variant of a cross-site scripting flaw. It occurs when the data provided by the attacker is saved by the server and then permanently displayed on normal pages, returned to other users in the course of regular browsing, without proper HTML escaping. Consider a web application that allows users to enter a username that is displayed on each user's profile page. The application stores each username in a local database. A malicious user notices that the web application fails to sanitize the username field and inputs malicious JavaScript code as part of their username. When other users view the attacker's profile page, the malicious code automatically executes into the context of their session. When attackers succeed in exploiting XSS vulnerabilities, they can gain access to account credentials. They can also spread web worms or access the user's computer and view the user's browser history, or control the browser remotely. After gaining control of the victim's system, attackers can also analyze and use other internet applications. By exploiting XSS vulnerabilities, an attacker can perform malicious actions such as hijack an account, spread web worms, access browser history and clipboard contents, control the browser remotely, and scan and exploit internet appliances and applications. So how do we prevent cross-site scripting? Well, the best way to do it is use input validation. In other words, do not allow script tags in the user-supplied input. Let's turn our attention to cross-site request forgery and how to defend against it. Cross-site request forgery, also known as one-click attack or session writing, and abbreviated as CSRF, or XSRF, is a type of malicious exploit of a website where unauthorized commands are transmitted from a user that the web application trusts. Cross-site request forgery has several key concepts. First, malicious requests are sent from a site that a user visits to another site that the attacker believes the victim is validated against. Next, the malicious requests are routed to the target site via the victim's browser, which is authenticated against the target site. Third, the vulnerability lies in the affected web application, not the victim's browser or the site hosting the CSRF. In a cross-site request forgery attack, the attacker is exploiting how the target web application manages the authentication. For CSRF to be exploited, the victim must be authenticated against the target site. For instance, let's say mybank.com has online banking that is vulnerable to CSRF. If I visit a page containing a CSRF attack on mybank.com, but am not currently logged in, nothing happens. If I am logged in, however, The requests in the attack will be executed as if they were actions that I had intended to take. Let's take a closer look at this type of attack. First, let's assume that I'm logged into my account at mybank.com, which allows for standard online banking features, including transferring funds to another account. Now let's say I happen to visit attacker.com. It just so happens that this site is trying to attack people who bank with mybank.com and has set a CSRF attack on this site. The attack will transfer $1,000 to an account. Somewhere on attacker.com, attackers have added this line of code. Upon loading that iframe, my browser will send that request to mybank.com, which my browser has already logged in as me. The request will be processed and send $1,000 to the account. The most common method to prevent cross-site request forgery attacks is to append CSRF tokens to each request and associate them with the user's session. Such tokens should, at a minimum, be unique per user session, but can also be unique per request. By including a challenge token with each request, the developer can ensure that the request is valid and not coming from a source other than the user. Other options of defending against cross-site request forgery attacks include re-architect web applications, preventing the use of HTTP GET requests, advising users to log out of sites, and automatically logging out users after an idle period. We've all heard the term encryption, but what is encryption? Encryption is the process of encoding a message or information in such a way that only authorized parties can access it, and those who are not authorized cannot. It converts information from plain text into encrypted ciphertext. But how does it do this? Encryption uses algorithms. An algorithm is the procedure that the encryption process follows. The specific algorithm is called the cipher, or code. There are many types of encryption algorithms. The encryption's goal and level of security determines the most effective solution. Triple DES, RSA, and Blowfish are some examples of encryption algorithms or ciphers. If that's encryption, then what's decryption? Decryption is the process of taking encoded or encrypted text or other data and converting it back into text that you or the computer can read and understand. Decryption converts information from encrypted ciphertext into plain text. So here's a very basic example of how this works. Let's say you send a message. Your phone gets the key from the app server and encrypts the message so only your friend can open it. Then, your friend's phone receives the message and decrypts it using their personal key. Finally, your friend reads the message. That is a basic example of encryption-decryption. Another thing you should be familiar with is private key and public key, and this is central to the concept of encryption. A private key, or symmetric key, means that the encryption and decryption keys are the same. The two parties must have the same key before they can achieve secure communication. So what's a public key? A public key means that the encryption key is published and available for anyone to use. Only the receiving party has access to the decryption key that enables them to read that message. Here is an example. Let's assume you are the sender of a plain text message. That plain text message is encrypted using the recipient's public key. Once that's been done, it's created into ciphertext. That ciphertext is then decrypted. It's decrypted using the recipient's private key. Upon completion, the decrypted message becomes plain text once again and is sent to the recipient. As you can see, there's a public key and a private key involved in this process. Information security has grown to be a colossal factor, especially with modern communication networks, leaving loopholes that could be leveraged to devastating effects. To mitigate this vulnerability, cryptography is used, and in this lesson we will specifically be discussing symmetric and asymmetric cryptography. Before we continue, let's make sure we are clear on a few key terms and concepts. First, let's discuss algorithms. An algorithm is basically a procedure or a formula for solving a data snooping problem. An encryption algorithm is a set of mathematical procedure for performing encryption on data. Through the use of such an algorithm, information is made in the ciphertext and requires the use of a key to transforming the data into its original form. This brings us to the concept of cryptography that has been long used in information security in communication systems. Cryptography is a method of using advanced mathematical principles in storing and transmitting data in a particular form so that only those whom it is intended can read and process it. Encryption is a key concept in cryptography. It is a process whereby a message is encoded in a format that cannot be read or understood by an eavesdropper. The technique is old and was first used by Caesar to encrypt his messages using Caesar cipher. A plain text from a user can be encrypted to ciphertext, then sent through a communication channel, and no eavesdrop can interfere with the plain text. When it reaches the receiver end, the ciphertext is decrypted to the original plain text. Let's familiarize ourselves with a few more key terms. Encryption. Encryption is the process of locking up information using cryptography. Information that has been locked this way is encrypted. Decryption. The process of unlocking encrypted information using cryptographic techniques is called decryption. Key. A secret, like a password, used to encrypt and decrypt information. There are a few different types of keys used in cryptography. At a rudimentary level, symmetry is the quality of being made up of exactly similar parts facing each other or around an axis. In cryptography, when we discuss symmetry, we are referring to keys rather than shapes. There are two categories of encryption algorithms: symmetric algorithms, which are encryption and decryption operations using the same key, and asymmetric algorithms, which is encryption and decryption operations that use different keys. We will first discuss symmetric encryption. This is the simplest kind of encryption that involves only one secret key to cipher and decipher information. Symmetrical encryption is an old and best-known technique. It uses a secret key that can either be a number, a word, or a string of random letters. It is blended with plain text of a message to change the content in a particular way. The sender and the recipient should know the secret key that is used to encrypt and decrypt all the messages. Blowfish, AES, RC4, DES, RC5, and RC6 are all examples of symmetric encryption. The most widely used symmetric encryption algorithm is AES-128, AES-192, and AES-256. The main disadvantage of the symmetric key encryption is that all parties involved have to exchange the key used to encrypt the data before they can decrypt it. Symmetric encryption does provide some unique challenges, however. Let's say that Alice and Bob want to communicate with each other. If they both know the same shared secret, they can use it to exchange encrypted messages with each other. This works great when we only have two people involved. They can simply agree on an encryption key and then use it to communicate with each other. If we have three people involved, now we need to change things up a little bit. Alice and Bob can still use the shared secret key to communicate with each other privately. But now Charlie joins the picture and wants to be able to communicate with Alice and Bob. Each person in the group wants the ability to communicate privately with the other member of the group. Alice already has a way to communicate privately with Bob, but then we need to add a second key that allows her to communicate privately with Charlie. And we still have a missing link here. Bob and Charlie don't have a way to communicate privately. We have to add a third key that allows those two to communicate with each other. So for these three people to communicate privately using symmetric cryptography, we need three keys. As groups get larger, we need more and more keys to facilitate this communication. Therefore, the challenge of symmetric cryptography is that the larger the group gets, the more symmetric keys you'll need. And that can be expressed in terms of this formula here: n, open bracket, n minus 1, close bracket, divided by 2. This challenge is thereby alleviated with asymmetric encryption. With asymmetric encryption, there are essentially two keys: a private key, which is held in secret by the user and not disclosed by anyone else, and a public key. A public key is freely distributed to everyone with whom the user would like to communicate. Asymmetrical encryption is also known as public key cryptography, which is a relatively new method compared to symmetric encryption. Asymmetrical encryption is also known as public key cryptography, which is a relatively new method compared to symmetric encryption. Asymmetric encryption uses two keys to encrypt a plain text. Secret keys are exchanged over the internet or a large network. It ensures that malicious persons do not misuse the keys. It is important to note that anyone with a secret key can decrypt the message, and this is why asymmetrical encryption uses two related keys to boosting security. A public key is made freely available to anyone who might want to send you a message. The second private key is kept a secret so that you can only know. A message that is encrypted using a public key can only be decrypted using a private key, while also a message encrypted using a private key can be decrypted using a public key. Security of a public key is not required because it is publicly available and can be passed over the internet. Asymmetric key has far better power in ensuring security of information transmitted during communication. Asymmetric encryption is mostly used in day-to-day communication channels, especially over the internet. Popular asymmetric key encryption algorithm includes RSA, DSA, and elliptic curve techniques. In the information and cybersecurity world, professionals use cryptography for various reasons. Specifically, there are 4 goals of cryptography we are after. These 4 goals are confidentiality, integrity, authentication, and non-repudiation. Confidentiality is roughly equivalent to privacy. Measures undertaken to ensure confidentiality are designed to prevent sensitive information from reaching the wrong people, while making sure that the right people can in fact get it. Access must be restricted to those authorized to view the data in question. It is common, as well, for data to be categorized according to the amount and type of damage that could be done should it fall into unintended hands. More or less stringent measures can be then implemented according to those categories. Integrity involves maintaining the consistency, accuracy, and trustworthiness of data over its entire life cycle. Data must not be changed in transit, and steps must be taken to ensure that data cannot be altered by unauthorized people, for example, in a breach of confidentiality. These measures include file permissions and user access controls. Version control may be used to prevent erroneous changes or accidental deletion of authorized users becoming a problem. In addition, some means must be in place to detect any changes in data that might occur as a result of non-human caused events, such as an electromagnetic pulse or server crash. Some data might include checksums, even cryptographic checksums, for verification of integrity. Backups or redundancies must be available to restore the affected data to its correct state. Another cryptographic goal is authentication. Authentication simply implies that you must prove your identity. For example, Hotmail may authenticate you through your username and password. The final goal of cryptography is non-repudiation. Non-repudiation is verifiable origin of a message. More accurately described, non-repudiation refers to a state of affairs where the author of a statement will not be able to successfully challenge the authorship of that statement or validity of an associated contract. For instance, I send you a PDF contract, you sign it, and send it back to me. At a later date, you refute that that was in fact your signature. With non-repudiation, that argument is thrown out the door. To people other than a cryptographer, the words code and cipher are interchangeable. There is, however, a very significant difference. The difference is very simple. A code replaces whole words with symbols, while ciphers replace individual letters with other letters or symbols. A cipher will manipulate the letters of a plain text, while a code will manipulate the whole words. Of course, ciphers tend to be much more effective. If you had to replace whole words by a symbol, you would need a lot of symbols. Whereas if you needed to replace individual letters, you would need approximately 26 symbols. So to simplify this, we note that a code is not the same as a cipher. A code is a system that substitutes one word or phrase for another. Codes are intended to provide secrecy and/or efficiency. A cipher, on the other hand, is a system that uses mathematical algorithms to encrypt and decrypt messages. There are 2 ways ciphers process messages. The first way is stream ciphers. Stream ciphers operate on 1 character or bit of message at a time. Stream ciphers convert 1 symbol of plain text directly into a symbol of ciphertext. The other method is block ciphers. Block ciphers operate on large segments of the message at the same time. Block ciphers encrypt a group of plain text symbols as 1 block. Let's consider the advantages and disadvantages of stream ciphers. One of the advantages is the speed of transformation. Algorithms are linear in time and constant in space. Another advantage is the fact that it has low error propagation. An error in encrypting one symbol likely will not affect subsequent symbols. Low diffusion is one possible disadvantage. All information of a plaintext symbol is contained in a single ciphertext symbol. Another disadvantage is susceptibility to insertions or modifications. An active interceptor who breaks the algorithm might insert spurious text that looks authentic. Now let's consider the pros and cons of block ciphers. An advantage is high diffusion. Information from one plaintext symbol is diffused into several ciphertext symbols. Another advantage is immunity to tampering. It's difficult to insert symbols without detection. One of the disadvantages with block cipher is the slowness of encryption. An entire block must be accumulated before encryption or decryption can begin. The other disadvantage is error propagation. An error in one symbol may corrupt the entire block. Substitution and transposition ciphers are two categories of ciphers used in classical cryptography. Substitution and transposition differ in how chunks of the message are handled by the encryption process. Substitution ciphers encrypt plaintext by changing the plaintext one piece at a time. Transposition ciphers encrypt plaintext by moving small pieces of the message around. Anagrams, for example, are a primitive transposition cipher. In this lesson, we will discuss key lifecycle management. There are many factors to consider in the lifecycle of a key. Keeping in mind the types of keys, for example, public and private keys, and their corresponding usages such as authentication, authorization, signing, verification, and so on, there are many potential issues relating to how a key is properly generated, distributed, stored, replaced, deleted, and recovered during its lifetime, and provided with adequate protection against threats. Other questions come up as to how long the life cycle of a key should be, which could range anywhere from just a few minutes to 1 or more years, and the key strength needed to withstand attacks. And there are other questions like, who shall take care of the generation, usage, replacement, and other phases of the life cycle? The most important aspect to consider is what the key is used for. One should always be careful not to use any key for different purposes. Here, an important distinction is made between data keys, used to encrypt data, and key encryption keys, KEKs, which are used to entirely protect other keys. Keys are fundamentally used for encryption, but encryption often acts as a very cunning proxy for other uses such as authentication and signing. For instance, you can prove who you are based on an ownership of a key. Once a key is generated, the key management system should control the sequence of states that a key progresses over its life cycle and allow an authorized administrator to handle them when necessary. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, provides strict guidelines for most aspects of the life cycle of cryptographic keys and has also defined some standards on how a crypto period is determined for each key. A crypto period is the operational life of a key and is determined by a number of factors based on the sensitivity of the data or keys to be protected, and how much data or how many keys are being protected. From this information, the operational life of the key can be determined along with the key strength, which is proportional to the cryptographic strength of the system. The algorithm, and therefore the key type, is determined by the purpose of the key. For example, DSA is applicable to a signing purpose only, whereas RSA is appropriate for both signing and encryption. NIST specifies cryptographic algorithms that have withstood the test of time. There are instances when it is necessary for an authorized administrator to make changes to the key's parameters which cause a change in its state during a life cycle. Here's a list of some of those circumstances. Whether the key or associated data or encrypted key is suspected of compromise. Change in vendor support of product or need to replace product. Technological advances that make it possible to attack where it was previously infeasible. Change of ownership, where a change of keys is associated with a change in assignment of liability. Regulatory requirements, contractual requirements, or policy crypto period that mandates a maximum operational life. Let's look at the basic phases of a key life cycle. Do note, however, that every key management solution is different, so not all of them will use the same phases. Some are not used at all, and other phases can be added, such as pre-activation, activation, and post-activation. Generation. Keys can be generated through a key management system, hardware security module, or by a trusted third party, which should use a cryptographically secure true random number generator for seeds. The key, along with their attributes, will then be stored in a key storage database, which must be encrypted by a master key. Attributes include items like name, activation date, size, and instance. A key can be activated upon its creation or set to be activated automatically or manually at a later time. Each key should have a key strength, generally measured in number of bits, associated with it that can provide adequate protection for the entire useful time of the protected data, along with the ability to withstand attacks during this lifetime. The different key lengths will depend on the algorithm that it uses. A standard cryptographic algorithm is recommended that has been thoroughly evaluated and tested. The next phase is backup and storage. In order to receive a key that has been lost during its use, for example, due to equipment failure or forgotten passwords, a secure backup copy should be made available. Backup keys can be stored in a protected form on external media, for example, CDs, USB drives, or by using an existing traditional backup solution, for example, a local network. When a symmetric key or an asymmetric private key is being backed up, it must be encrypted before being stored. The next phase is distribution and loading. The objective of the deployment and loading phase is to install the new key into a secure cryptographic device, either manually or electronically. This is the most critical phase for key security and should only be performed by authorized personnel in case of manual installation. For manual distribution, which is by far the most common method of shared key distribution in the payment space, key encryption keys, KEKs, must be distributed and loaded in key shares to avoid the full key being viewed in the clear. Once the KEK is installed, data keys can then be shared securely since they can be encrypted, also known as wrapped, in this context. Best practice key management standards such as PCI DSS are now mandating that, as well as encrypting the key material, the key usage needs to be equally secured, for instance by using a pin block encryption-decryption. While this is a very secure, well-known, and established method of key distribution, it is labor-intensive and it does not scale well. You would actually need a new KEK for every point that you share a key with. For larger scale key deployments, for example, managing keys for an entire secure web server farm, asymmetric key distribution techniques are really the only feasible way. In this case, the initial step of sharing a KEK using key shares is displaced by the simple technique of deploying a public key. Keys can then be transmitted securely as long as the public key, or its fingerprint, gets adequately authenticated. The next phase is normal use and replacement. The key management system should allow an activated key to be retrieved by authorized systems and users, for example, for encryption or decryption processes or MAC generation and verification. It should also seamlessly manage current and past instances of the encryption key. The key manager will replace a key automatically through a previously established schedule according to the key's expiration date or crypto period, or if it is suspected of compromise, which might be achieved manually by an authorized administrator. When replacing keys, the intent is to bring a replacement key into active use by the system and typically to also re-encrypt all stored data under the new key. But if the new key has to be used for new sessions such as TLS, then old data doesn't need to be secured by the new key. Replacing keys can be difficult because it necessitates additional procedures and protocols, which may include correspondence with third parties in public key systems. The timing for expiration depends on the strength of the key length, and how long the protected data or key will be valid. In common practice, keys expire and are replaced in a time frame shorter than the calculated lifespan of the key. As a key is replaced, the old key is not totally removed, but remains archived, so is retrievable under special circumstances, for example, settling disputes involving repudiation. The next step is archival. Archival refers to offline long-term storage for keys that are no longer in operation. These keys usually have data associated with them that may be needed for future reference, such as long-term storage of emails. There may also be associated data in other external systems. When archiving a key, it must be encrypted to add security. As recommended in the creation and deployment phases, it may be useful to encrypt a symmetric key with the public key of an asymmetric key pair so that the person or entity holding the corresponding private key can only decrypt it. Sometimes, depending on the key's deployment scenario, archival is the last phase in the life process and never moves on to deletion or destruction. An archived key cannot be used for cryptographic requests. Before a key is archived, it should be proven that no data is still being secured with that old key. The last phase is the end of the key's life cycle, where all of its instances, or just certain instances, are completely removed, and recovery of that key may be possible, depending on the method used. The end of life for a key should only occur after an adequately long archival phase, and after adequate analysis to ensure that loss of the key will not correspond to loss of data or other keys. There are three methods of removing a key from operation. The first one is key destruction. This method removes an instance of a key in one of the permissible key forms at a specific location. Information may still exist at the location from which the key may be feasibly reconstructed for subsequent use. The other method of removing a key from operation is key deletion. This method removes an instance of a key and also any information from which the key may be reconstructed from its operational storage use location. Instances of this key may continue to exist at other locations, for example, archival purposes. The third method of removing a key from operation is key termination. All instances and information of the key are completely removed from all locations, making it impossible to regenerate or reconstruct the key other than through a restore from a backup image. The key management system should be able to handle all of the transitions between phases of a life cycle and should be capable of monitoring and keeping track of these workflows. There are certain aspects to monitoring that should be considered. First, it is important to monitor for unauthorized administrative access to the system to ensure that unapproved key management operations are not performed. Next, the computer processor may be under significant load. When combined with an overloaded cryptographic service, the results could be serious, including data corruption or unavailability. Third, monitoring the key's life cycle is also important to ensure that the key has been created and deployed properly. Present-day symmetric algorithms are very complex. The Data Encryption Standard, or DES, is a well-known symmetric algorithm. DES is one of the most widely accepted, publicly available cryptographic systems today. It was developed by IBM in the 1970s, but was later adopted by the US government and National Bureau of Standards as an official Federal Information Processing Standard, FIPS, for the United States in 1976. It uses a 56-bit key to encrypt the 64-bit block size data. It processes 64-bit inputs into 64-bit ciphertext, and the algorithm performs 16 iterations. So how does DES work exactly? Encryption of a block of the message takes place in 16 stages or rounds. From the input key, 16 48-bit keys are generated, one for each round. In each round, 8 so-called S boxes are used. These S boxes are fixed in the specification of the standard. Using the S boxes, groups of 6 bits are mapped to groups of 4 bits. The contents of these S boxes have been determined by the US National Security Agency, the NSA. The S boxes appear to be randomly filled, but this is not the case. Recently, it has been discovered that these S boxes, determined in the 1970s, are resistant against an attack called differential cryptanalysis, which was first known in the 1990s. The block of the message is divided into two halves. The right half is expanded from 32 to 48 bits using another fixed table. The result is combined with the subkey for that round using the XOR operation. Using the S boxes, the 48 resulting bits are then transformed again to 32 bits, which are subsequently permutated again using yet another fixed table. The now thoroughly shuffled right half is now combined with the left half using the XOR operation. In the next round, this combination is used as the new left half. The figure you see before you should helpfully make this process a bit more clear. In the figure, the left and right halves are denotes of L0 and R0, and in subsequent rounds as L1, R1, L2, R2, and so on. The function f is responsible for all the mappings described. This secret key encryption algorithm uses a key that is 56 bits or 7 characters long. At the time, it was believed that trying out all possible keys would be impossible because computers could not possibly ever become fast enough. In 1998, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, or EFF, built a special purpose machine that could decrypt a message by trying out all possible keys in less than 3 days. The machine cost less than $250,000 and searched over 88 billion keys per second. So to summarize our learning about the data encryption standard, here's what we know. The data encryption standard is a secret key encryption scheme adopted as a standard in the US in 1977. It uses a 56-bit key, which is today considered by many to be insufficient, as it can, with moderate effort, be cracked by brute force. A variant called triple DES uses a longer key and is more secure, but has never become popular. The advanced encryption standard is expected to supersede DES as the standard encryption algorithm. Do note that DES is no longer considered secure. The speed of exhaustive key searches against DES after 1990 began to cause discomfort amongst users of DES. However, users did not want to replace DES, as it takes an enormous amount of time and money to change encryption algorithms that are widely adopted and embedded in large security architectures. The pragmatic approach was not to abandon the DES completely, but to change the manner in which DES is used. This led to the modified schemes of triple DES, sometimes known as 3DES. Incidentally, there are two variants of triple DES, known as 3-key triple DES and 2-key triple DES. Triple DES was developed in 1998 and derived from DES. It applies the DES cipher algorithm 3 times to each of the data blocks. Triple DES encryption is a computerized cryptography where block cipher algorithms are applied 3 times to each data block. The key size is increased in triple DES to ensure additional security through encryption capabilities. Each block contains 64 bits of data. 3 keys are referred to as bundle keys with 56 bits per key. There are 3 keying options in data encryption standards: all keys being independent, key 1 and key 2 being independent keys, and all 3 keys being identical. Before using 3-key triple DES, a user first generates and distributes a 3-key triple DES key, K, which consists of 3 different DES keys, K1, K2, and K3. This means that the actual 3T DES key has a length of 3 times 56, or 168 bits. The encryption scheme is illustrated as follows. The encryption-decryption process is as follows. First, you encrypt the plaintext blocks using the single DES with key 1. Now, you decrypt the output of step 1 using the single DES with key 2. Finally, you encrypt the output of step 2 using a single DES with key 3. The output of step 3 is the ciphertext. The decryption of a ciphertext is a reverse process of what we just described. The user first decrypts using key 3, then encrypts with key 2, and finally decrypts with key 1. Due to this design of triple DES as an encrypt, decrypt, encrypt process, it is possible to use a 3T DES hardware implementation for single DES by setting K1, K2, and K3 to be the same value. This provides backwards compatibility with DES. The second variant of triple DES, also known as 2T DES, is identical to 3T DES, except that K3 is replaced by K1. In other words, the user encrypts plaintext blocks with key K1, then decrypts with key K2, and finally encrypts with key K1 again. Therefore, 2D DES has a key length of 112 bits. While triple DES systems are significantly more secure than single DES, these are clearly a much slower process than encryption using single DES. Now let's compare and contrast the data encryption standard with triple DES. The key length for DES is 56 bits. With a 2T triple DES, the key length is 112 bits. 3T DES is 168 bits. They are both symmetric and block cipher. The number of keys required is 1 for DES and 2 or 3, depending on which one you're using, for triple DES. In this lesson, we will be learning about 3 symmetric encryption algorithms. Specifically, we will discuss the Advanced Encryption Standard, or AES, Blowfish, and Twofish. The more popular and widely adopted symmetric encryption algorithm likely to be encountered nowadays is the Advanced Encryption Standard, or AES. It is found to be at least 6 times faster than triple DES. Recall that a replacement for DES was needed as its key size was too small. With increasing computing power, it was considered vulnerable against exhaustive key search attack. Therefore, triple-DES was designed to overcome this drawback, but it was found to be slow. So the features of AES are as follows. It has a symmetric key, symmetric block cipher, 128-bit data, 128, 192, or 256-bit keys. It's stronger and faster than triple-DES. It provides full specification and design details, and the software is implementable in C and Java. AES is an iterative rather than Feistel cipher. It is based on substitution permutation network. It comprises of a series of linked operations, some of which involve replacing inputs by specific outputs, or substitutions, and others involve shuffling bits around, or permutations. Interestingly, AES performs all its computations on bytes rather than bits. Hence, AES treats the 128 bits of a plaintext block as 16 bytes. These 16 bytes are arranged in 4 columns and 4 rows for processing as a matrix. Unlike DES, the number of rounds in AES is variable and depends on the length of the key. AES uses 10 rounds for 128-bit keys, 12 rounds for 192-bit keys, and 14 rounds for 256-bit keys. Each of these rounds uses a different 128-bit round key, which is calculated from the original AES key. The schematic of AES structure is given in the following illustration. Here we restrict to description of a typical round of AES encryption. Each round comprises of 4 sub-processes. The first round of process is depicted in this illustration. Let's begin by discussing byte substitution, or sub-bytes. The 16 input bytes are substituted by looking up a fixed table, or SBox, given in design. The result is in a matrix of 4 rows and 4 columns. Next, let's discuss shift rows. Each of the 4 rows of the matrix is shifted to the left. Any entries that fall off are reinserted on the right side of the row. A shift is carried out as follows. The first row is not shifted. The second row is shifted 1 byte position to the left. The third row is shifted 2 positions to the left. The fourth row is shifted 3 positions to the left. And the result is a new matrix consisting of the same 16 bytes but shifted with respect to each other. Let's discuss mixed columns. Each column of 4 bytes is now transformed using a special mathematical function. This function takes as input the 4 bytes of one column and outputs 4 completely new bytes, which replace the original column. The result is another new matrix consisting of 16 new bytes. It should be noted that this step is not performed in the last round. Finally, let's discuss add round key. The 16 bytes of the matrix are now considered as 128 bits and are XOR'd to the 128 bits of the round key. If this is the last round, then the output is the ciphertext. Otherwise, the resulting 128 bits are interpreted as 16 bytes and we begin another similar round. The process of decryption of an AES ciphertext is similar to the encryption process in the reverse order. Each round consists of the 4 processes conducted in the reverse order: add round key, mixed columns, shift rows, byte substitution. Since subprocesses in each round are in reverse manner, unlike for a Feistel cipher, the encryption and decryption algorithms needs to be separately implemented, although they are very closely related. In present-day cryptography, AES is widely adopted and supported in both hardware and software. To date, no practical cryptanalytic attacks against AES has been discovered. Additionally, AES has built-in flexibility of key length, which allows a degree of future-proofing against progress in the ability to perform exhaustive key searches. However, just as for DES, the AES security is assured only if it is correctly implemented and good key management is employed. In this lesson, we will be discussing Blowfish. Blowfish is a keyed symmetric cryptographic block cipher designed by Bruce Schneier in 1993 and placed in the public domain. Blowfish is included in a large number of cipher suites and encryption products. Blowfish's security has been extensively tested and proven. As a public domain cipher, Blowfish has been subject to a significant amount of cryptanalysis, and full Blowfish encryption has never been broken. Blowfish is also one of the fastest block ciphers in public use. Schneier has designed Blowfish as a general-purpose algorithm intended as a replacement for the aging DES and free of the problems associated with the other algorithms. Notable features of design include key-dependent S-boxes and a highly complex key schedule. Let's take a closer look at how Blowfish works exactly. Blowfish has a 64-bit block size and a key length of anywhere from 32 bits to 448 bits. It is a 16-round Feistel cipher and uses large key-dependent S-boxes. It is similar to structure to CAST128, which uses fixed S-boxes. This diagram shows the Blowfish's F function. The function splits the 32-bit input into 4 8-bit quarters and uses the quarters as input to the S-boxes. The outputs are added modulo 232 and XOR'd to produce the final 32-bit output. Let's quickly summarize Blowfish. Blowfish is a public domain algorithm which was designed originally as a DES replacement. It uses a Feistel network and combines substitution and transposition. Blowfish is one of the fastest block ciphers in widespread use, except when changing keys. Each new key requires pre-processing equivalent to encrypting about 4 kilobytes of text, which is very slow compared to other block ciphers. This prevents its use in certain applications, but is not a problem in others. Blowfish is not subject to any patents and is therefore freely available for anyone to use. This has contributed to its popularity in cryptographic software. Another symmetric algorithm is twofish. Twofish was derived from Blowfish by Bruce Schneier in 1998. It is freely available in the public domain as it has not been patented. It is a symmetric key block cipher having key sizes of 128, 192, and 256 bits, used to encrypt the 128-bit block size data in 16 rounds. The algorithm making use of S-boxes and makes the key generation process very complex and secure. So in summary, twofish was designed as a DES replacement. It was placed into the public domain, uses a Feistel network. It combines substitution and transposition. And some of the key facts is that it's symmetric, it's block cipher, and a key length of 128, 192, and 256 bits is what you'll need to remember. Here we have a summary of the algorithms we've discussed. I would strongly encourage you to pause the video now and review the method and key size of each as a quick refresher. We've covered a lot of information, and this summarizes most of that. The RC4 encryption algorithm, developed by Ronald Rivest of RSA, is a shared key stream cipher algorithm requiring a secure exchange of a shared key. RC4 is no longer considered secure, and careful consideration should be taken regarding its use. The symmetric key algorithm is used identically for encryption and decryption, such the data stream is simply XOR'd with the generated key sequence. The algorithm is serial as it requires successive exchanges of state entries based on the key sequence. Hence, implementations can be very computationally intensive. The RC4 encryption algorithm is used by standards such as IEEE 802.11 with WEP, wireless encryption protocol, using 40 and 128-bit keys. Published procedures exist for cracking the security measures as implemented in WEP. Here are some quick facts on RC4. It is the most widely used stream cipher. It was developed by Ron Rivest, invented in 1987. The RC stands for Ron's code, and it's a variable key size. It's byte-oriented stream cipher. It's widely used for web secure socket layer, SSL and TLS, wireless equivalent wired privacy, WEP, and it normally uses 64 bits and 128-bit keys. It consists of two parts, the key scheduling algorithm, or KSA, and the pseudo-random generation algorithm. RC4 generates a pseudo-random stream of bits, or a key stream. As with any stream cipher, these can be used for encryption by combining it with the plaintext using bitwise exclusive OR. Decryption is performed the same way, since exclusive OR is a symmetric operation. To generate the key stream, the cipher makes use of a secret internal state which consists of two parts. One, a permutation of all 256 possible bytes denoted as S, in this illustration. Second, it uses two 8-bit index pointers denoted as I and J in this illustration. The permutation is initialized with a variable length key, typically between 40 and 256 bits, using the key scheduling algorithm. Then, the stream of bits is generated by a pseudo-random generation algorithm. Let's quickly recap the advantages and disadvantages of RC4. The first advantage is that RC4 is faster than DES. Secondly, it offers enormous key space. Third, it is very popular and used in secure socket layer. The disadvantages include having a large number of weak keys of 1 to 256, whereby weak keys can be detected and exploited with a high probability. Again, I must emphasize that RC4 is no longer considered secure. In this lesson, we will discuss RSA cryptography. RSA encryption is a public key encryption technology developed by RSA Data Security. The RSA algorithm is based on the difficulty in factoring very large numbers. Based on this principle, the RSA encryption algorithm uses prime factorization as the trapdoor for encryption. Deducing a RSA key, therefore, takes a huge amount of time and processing power. RSA is the standard encryption method for important data, especially data that's transmitted over the internet. RSA is a public key crypto system that MIT professor Ron Rivest, Adi Shamir, and Leonard Adelman invented in 1977. The system is based on several mathematical principles in number theory. Before we dive deeper into RSA, I should note here that several math principles are required to fully understand RSA cryptography. Those mathematical ideas include prime numbers, multiplication versus factorization, greatest common divisor, Euclidean algorithm, relatively prime numbers, modular arithmetic, modular inverse, Euler's theorem, and multiplicative functions. If you are not completely familiar with these concepts, it's okay. You're not the only one. The math behind RSA is really beyond the scope of this course, but I thought I should share this information so you have a frame of reference if you want to do some further research on your own. The RSA algorithm requires key generation, encryption, and decryption. Let's look at some of the math for each. In key generation, we select numbers P and Q, where P and Q are both prime numbers. We calculate n by multiplying P and Q. Also note that in encryption, the ciphertext capital C equals capital M to the E multiplied by modulo n. And in decryption, the plaintext capital M equals capital C to the D multiplied by modulo n. RSA derives its security from the difficulty of factoring large integers that are product of two large prime numbers. Multiplying these two numbers is easy, but determining the original prime numbers from the total factoring is considered infeasible due to the time it would take, even using today's supercomputers. The public and the private key generation algorithm is the most complex part of RSA cryptography. Two large prime numbers, P and Q, are generated using the Rabin-Miller primality test algorithm. A modulus, n, is calculated by multiplying P and Q. This number is used by both the public and private keys and provides the link between them. Its length, usually expressed in bits, is called the key length. The public key consists of the modulus n and the public exponent, e. The e figure doesn't have to be a secretly selected prime number, as the public key is shared with everyone. The private key consists of the modulus n and the private exponent d, which is calculated using the extended Euclidean algorithm to find the multiplicative inverse with respect to the totient of n. While the math may sound complicated, an example can really simplify things. Let's look at a simple example. Alice generates her RSA keys by selecting two primes, where P equals 11 and Q equals 13. The modulus, therefore, equals P times Q, which is 143. Therefore, n equals 143. The totient of n phi n, therefore, equals P minus 1 times Q minus 1, which equals to 120. Next, she chooses 7 for her RSA public key E and calculates her RSA private key using the extended Euclidean algorithm, which gives her 103. Next, Bob wants to send Alice an encrypted message, capital M, so he obtains her RSA public key N, E, which in this example is 143 and 7. His plaintext message is just the number 9 and is encrypted into ciphertext, capital C, as follows. Capital M to the E modulo N equals 9 to the 7 modulo 143, which equals 48, which equals capital C. Next, when Alice receives Bob's message, she decrypts it by using her RSA private key, small d and small n, as follows. Capital C to the D modulo N equals 48 to the 103 modulo 143, which equals 9, which equals M. To use RSA keys to digitally sign a message, Alice would create a hash or message digest of her message to Bob, encrypt the hash value with her RSA private key, and add it to the message. Bob can then verify that the message has been sent by Alice and has not been altered by decrypting the hash value with her public key. If this value matches the hash of the original message, then only Alice could have sent it, implying authentication and non-repudiation. And the message is exactly as she wrote, which implies integrity. Alice could, of course, encrypt her message with Bob's RSA public key before sending it to Bob. As discussed earlier, the security of RSA relies on computational difficulty of factoring large integers. As computing power increases and more efficient factoring algorithms are discovered, the ability to factor larger and larger numbers also increases. Encryption strength is directly tied to key size, and doubling key length delivers an exceptional increase in strength, although it does impair performance. RSA keys are typically 1024 or 2048 bits long, but experts believe that 1024-bit keys could be broken in the near future, which is why government and industries are moving to a minimum key length of 2048 bits. Barring an unforeseen breakthrough in quantum computing, it should be many years before longer keys are required, but elliptic curve cryptography is gaining favor with many security experts as an alternative to RSA for implementing public key cryptography. It can create faster, smaller, and more efficient cryptographic keys. Much of today's hardware and software is elliptic curve cryptography ready, and its popularity is likely to grow as it can deliver equivalent security with lower computing power and battery resource usage, making it more suitable for mobile apps than RSA. Finally, a team of researchers, which included Adi Shamir, a co-inventor of RSA, has successfully determined a 4096-bit RSA key using acoustic cryptanalysis. However, any encryption algorithm is vulnerable to this type of attack. So to summarize, here are the RSA key facts. RSA is an asymmetric encryption algorithm with variable length key between 1024 and 4096 bits, and it is considered secure. Elliptic curve cryptography and quantum cryptography are two more encryption technologies, but these are less commonly used. The foundation of asymmetric cryptography is based on the difficulty of solving complex math problems. For example, the RSA algorithm is based on the math of solving complex large prime numbers. A prime number is a number that is divisible by itself and 1. Let's say, for example, that I told you I was going to multiply two prime numbers and give you the answer. For instance, 15 would be the answer of the multiplication of two prime numbers, and I told you to tell me what those two numbers are. You would be able to easily tell me that those two numbers are 3 and 5, as 3 and 5 are both prime numbers that multiply to 15. Similarly, if I told you that I multiplied two numbers to get 21, you would tell me those two prime numbers are 7 and 3, because those are the two numbers that are prime and multiply to 21. However, if I gave you a number like 33,878,633 and asked you to provide me the two prime numbers that multiply to that, you would probably have a little bit of challenge. This is what a cryptographic algorithm like RSA is founded upon, and the challenge of prime factorization for very large numbers is what makes it so successful. Now, if an efficient method of solving prime factorization was discovered, modern cryptography utilizing prime factorization as we know it would be rendered completely useless. Enter into the equation elliptic curve cryptography. Elliptic curve cryptography does not depend on prime factorization. Instead, It uses the elliptic curve discrete logarithmic problem. Elliptic curve cryptography is a public encryption technique based on elliptic curve theory that can be used to create faster, smaller, and more efficient cryptographic keys. Elliptic curve cryptography generates keys through the properties of the elliptic curve equation instead of the traditional method of generation as the product of very large prime numbers. The technology can be used in conjunction with most public key encryption methods such as RSA and Diffie-Hellman. According to some researchers, ECC can yield a level of security with a 164-bit key that other systems require a 1024-bit key to achieve. Because ECC helps to establish equivalent security with lower computing power and battery resource usage, it is becoming widely used for mobile applications. The equation of an elliptic curve is given as y squared equals x cubed plus ax plus b. And the graph to the right is a graphical representation of this equation. In recent years, quantum computing has become very popular. Quantum computing utilizes quantum mechanics to perform computing tasks. Quantum computing is still in the early stages and is heavily theory-based, but it is significant because advances in quantum computing may be able to defeat cryptographic algorithms that depend on factoring large prime numbers. It's also important to note that the elliptic curve cryptography cannot protect against quantum attacks, and elliptic curve cryptography is even more vulnerable to quantum attacks compared to prime factorization. On the positive, however, quantum computing may provide superior algorithms. Key exchange is any method in cryptography by which cryptographic keys are exchanged between two parties, allowing use of a cryptographic algorithm. If the sender and receiver wish to exchange encrypted messages, each must be equipped to encrypt messages to be sent and decrypt messages received. The nature of the equipping they require depends on the encryption technique they might use. If they use a code, both will require a copy of the same codebook. If they use a cipher, they will need appropriate keys. If the cipher is a symmetric key cipher, both will need a copy of the same key. If it's an asymmetric key cipher with the public-private key property, both will need the other's public key. The key exchange problem is how to exchange whatever keys or other information are needed so that no one else can obtain a copy. Historically, before the invention of public key cryptography, symmetric key cryptography utilized a secret key to encrypt and decrypt information. For two parties to communicate confidentially, they must first exchange the secret key so that each party can read encrypted messages as well as send them. This process is known as the key exchange. The overarching problem with symmetrical cryptography or a single key cryptography is that it can require a secret key to be communicated through a trusted channel. If the two parties cannot establish a secure initial key exchange, they cannot communicate securely without the risk of the key being compromised. Let's say, for example, Amy and Bill are wanting to communicate with each other. They want to make sure that their communication is confidential and that they are in fact communicating with each other. In other words, that the other person is authenticated. When Amy randomly selects her secret key, she has to somehow send it to Bill. But she doesn't yet have a secure channel to communicate with Bill, so she can't encrypt the key. If she sends it by email or some other unencrypted means, a third party, like Mal, might intercept the key in transit and use the key to eavesdrop on all subsequent communications between Amy and Bill. To compound the problem, what would Bill do once he received the key from Amy? He has no way of verifying that the key sent to him was in fact from Amy. If Mal is clever, he could impersonate Bill and send a fake key to Amy, then impersonate Amy and send a fake key to Bill. This would have the same effect as intercepting the key that Amy was originally sending to Bill legitimately, and Mal would be able to eavesdrop on all their communications. The solution to this would be to use a out-of-band key exchange. This simply means that Amy and Bill can use a different channel that they both trust. For example, if they are familiar with each other's appearance, they may arrange a face-to-face meeting at a local coffee shop, or if they are familiar with each other's voices, they may call each other. These options, however, present their own set of challenges. For example, what if Amy and Bill live in two different cities? Arranging a face-to-face meeting in that instance would not be feasible. The alternative solution is to use an in-band key exchange. In an in-band key exchange, The key exchange is done digitally, and one way this can be done is through the Diffie-Hellman algorithm, which we will discuss next. Diffie-Hellman key exchange, also called exponential key exchange, is a method of digital encryption that uses numbers raised to specific powers to produce decryption keys on the basis of components that are never directly transmitted, making the task of a would-be codebreaker mathematically overwhelming. The Diffie-Hellman key exchange is a method of securely exchanging cryptographic keys over a public channel, and was one of the first public key protocols as originally conceptualized by Ralph Merkle and named after Whitfield Diffie and Martin Hellman. Diffie-Hellman is one of the earliest practical examples of public key exchange implemented within the field of cryptography. We will definitely look at the math behind the Diffie-Hellman key exchange, but before we do that, I'd like to share a very simplified analogy using colors, which may help those students that are better visual learners. The concept of Diffie-Hellman is much easier to understand with this color analogy. Let's say that Alice and Bob would like to agree on a common shared secret color that they don't want any other person to know. Here's how they might do this. First, Alice sends a message to Bob telling him a common color they might use. Let's say that Alice selects green and tells Bob the color by email. Next, Alice and Bob each select a secret color of paint that they don't tell each other. Alice's secret color is red, and Bob's secret color is blue. Alice and Bob then each take the common green color and mix it with their secret color. For Alice, green and red make yellow, and for Bob, green and blue make cyan. Alice then sends the message to Bob and tells him that she got yellow as her result. And Bob tells Alice that he got cyan for his result. Alice and Bob now have two colors created by mixing the shared green color with their partner's secret color. They then mix their own secret color with their partner's shared color. For Alice, she mixes cyan and red to get teal. For Bob, he mixes yellow and blue to get teal. Both of these teals are identical and were created by mixing together the same three colors, green, red, and blue. Now let's assume that a malicious person is watching all of the messages that Alice and Bob exchanged. What would he know? Well, he knows that they started with the color green, and he knows that they exchanged the colors cyan and yellow. He would not know either of the two secret colors that Alice and Bob selected, which are red and blue, or the common secret color of teal, because those were never sent over the insecure channel. Diffie-Hellman is a way of generating a shared secret between two people in such a way that the secret can't be seen by observing the communication. That's an important distinction. You're not sharing information during the key exchange, you're creating a key together. This is particularly useful because you can use this technique to create an encryption key with someone and then start encrypting your traffic with that key. And even if the traffic is recorded and later analyzed, there's absolutely no way to figure out what the key was, even though the exchanges that created it may have been visible. This is where perfect forward secrecy comes from. Nobody analyzing the traffic at a later date can break in because the key was never saved, never transmitted, and never made visible anywhere. The way it works is reasonably simple. A lot of the math is the same as you see in public key crypto in that a trapdoor function is used. And while the discrete logarithm problem is traditionally used, the x to the y mod p business, the general process can be modified to use elliptic curve cryptography as well. But even though it uses the same underlying principles as public key cryptography, this is not asymmetric cryptography because nothing is ever encrypted or decrypted during the exchange. It is, however, an essential building block and was in fact the base upon which asymmetric crypto was later built. The basic idea works like this. I come up with two prime numbers, G and P, and tell you what they are. You then pick a secret number, A, but you don't tell anyone. Instead, you compute G to the A modulo P and send that result back to me. We'll call that capital A since it came from small a. I do the same thing, but we'll call my secret number small b and the computed number capital B. So I compute G to the small b modulo P and send you the result called capital B. Now you take the number I sent you and do the exact same operation with it. So that's capital B to the small a modulo P. Finally, I do the same operation with the result you sent me. So that's capital A to the small b modulo P. The magic here is that the number that I get in step 5 is the same number you got at step 4. Now, it's not really magic, it's just math, and it comes down to a fancy property of modulo exponents. Specifically, g to the a modulo p all raised to b modulo p equals g to the ab modulo p. And g to the b modulo p all raised to the a modulo p equals g to the ba modulo p. Which, if you examine closer, means that you'll get the same answer no matter which order you do the exponentiation in. So I do it in one order and you do it in another. I never know what secret number you used to get the same result, and you never know what number I used, but we still arrive at the same result. That result, that number we both stumbled upon in step 4 and 5, is our shared secret key. We can use that as our password for a yes or blowfish, or any other algorithm that uses shared secrets. And we can be certain that nobody else, nobody but us, knows the key that we created together. So now we've worked with Diffie-Hellman in terms of mixing colors, and we've presented the basic idea of the formula. Let's take a look at a real-world example. Instead of choosing a starting common color, Alice chooses two numbers represented by the variables p and g. P must be a prime number. Let's say that Alice sends a message to Bob, then telling him to use 13 for P and 7 for G. Next, Alice chooses a secret number. Let's say that she chooses 5. We'll call that lowercase a. She then computes the value of uppercase a using the formula uppercase a equals G to the lowercase a power modulo P. That's 7 to the 5th power modulo 13, which gives us a value of 11 for A. Alice then sends the value of capital A, which is 11, to Bob. Bob then selects his own secret number. We'll call that lowercase b. And let's say he chooses the number 8. Bob then performs a similar calculation to determine uppercase b, using the formula uppercase b equals G to the lowercase b power modulo P. This gives us a value of 3 for Bob. Bob then sends the value of capital B, which is 3, to Alice. Alice then computes the shared secret S using the formula S equals uppercase B to the lowercase a power modulo P. This works out to 3 to the 5th power modulo 13, which is 9. Bob can then compute the same shared secret key using a different formula. S equals uppercase a to the lowercase b modulo P. That works to 11 to the 8th power modulo 13, which is 9. And now Alice and Bob both have the same shared secret value of 9, which they can use as a symmetric encryption key. If a malicious person watched the entire communication between Alice and Bob, he wouldn't have enough information to reconstruct that key. In this lesson, we will discuss key escrow. Key escrow, also known as a fair crypto system, is an arrangement in which the keys needed to decrypt encrypted data are held in escrow so that under certain circumstances, an authorized third party may gain access to those keys. These third parties may include businesses, who may want to access to employees' private files and communications, or governments who may wish to be able to view the contents of encrypted communications. The Clipper chip was a chipset developed by the US government during the Clinton administration. It was intended as an encryption device to be used by all communication companies for their voice transmission services. The US government needed a way to keep track of all communications within and outside of the US, so it proposed the Clipper chip initiative in 1993. It was designed with security in mind, but because of public backlash, it did not come to fruition and was scrapped in 1996. The Clipper chip used what is called a skipjack algorithm, which was developed by the US National Security Agency, or NSA, and classified as secret. It contained the capstone chip, which provided all cryptographic processing. The Clipper chip was supposed to be adopted by all telecommunication companies in the US to provide encryption, thus preventing outside eavesdropping. However, there was a backdoor. The government had the decryption key, and anyone legally authorized could gain access to the key and decrypt all messages. The Clipper chip provoked backlash from the public and the computer industry as a whole because of the potential privacy issues and possible abuse. The Electronic Privacy Information Center and the Electronic Frontier Foundation challenged the proposal, saying that it could be subject to citizens' possible illegal surveillance. In addition, individuals and the business sector might get stuck with an insecure communication system, as the Clipper chip's encryption and secret classification could not be evaluated by the public. A data recovery agent is a Microsoft Windows user who has been granted the right to decrypt data that was encrypted by other users. The assignment of a DRA rights to an approved individual provides an IT department with a way to unlock encrypted data in case of an emergency. Data recovery agents can be defined at the domain, site, organizational unit, or local machine level. In a small to mid-sized business, the network administrator is often the designated DRA. In very simple terms, here is how it works. The network administrator uses Microsoft Windows group policy in Active Directory to assign everyone a public key for encryption and their own personal private key for decryption. This ensures that users can only decrypt the content that they have created, and no one else's. The data recovery agent, however, is assigned a private key capable of unlocking all content encrypted with the public key. In Windows 2000, the local administrator is the default DRA. In Windows XP Professional, Windows 7, Windows Server 2003, and Windows Server 2008 R2, there is no default DRA. Instead, the administrator must generate a recovery agent certificate which grants the user permission to access encrypted resources. If the recovery agent certificate is created after the encryption of the resource, however, the resource cannot be decrypted by the DRA. Let's compare a key escrow versus a recovery agent. A key escrow is used in cases where a third party needs access to encrypted data as defined by law. So if you get a court order to decrypt data, for example, while a recovery agent is someone who is permitted to decrypt another user's data in case of an emergency and has the key that can accomplish that decryption. So in effect, the key escrow is someone who holds the key for each user, while a recovery agent has a master key. In general, cryptographic systems assume some level of trust. A prime example of this would be a secure key exchange. In such an example, the parties involved must be confident that they are in fact communicating with the intended party and not someone else. Even beyond that, the parties would want to be confident that there is no eavesdropping in the communication via a third party. While key models such as Diffie-Hellman help prevent eavesdropping, it does not guarantee that we're not communicating with an imposter. A model such as Diffie-Hellman, for example, eliminates the need for eavesdropping protection, but it does not, however, imply that we are communicating with the intended party. So let's quickly recap what implications this has. The challenge for key exchange is that both parties must be confident that they are communicating with each other. 2, they must be confident that neither is an imposter. And 3rd, they must be sure that there is no eavesdropping in on the exchange. Let's take this a step further to better understand the basic trust model. When two parties engage in a transaction, they must mutually trust each other's identity. They must trust that both parties are allowed to engage in the transaction. They must trust that no third party can know the details of the transaction. There must be basic trust that no third party can change any part of the transaction. 5th, there must be trust that neither party can deny having engaged in that transaction. And 6th, trust that the record of the transaction is kept for future reference. We have clearly identified the challenges associated with the basic trust model. So then how do we ensure that we are in fact communicating with the intended individual? One possible solution would be through personal knowledge. For instance, the two parties could meet at a coffee shop and have an in-person key exchange. But is this really convenient and/or scalable? Probably not. Another option readily available is the web of trust, which we will discuss next. And a third option is the public key infrastructure. A web of trust is a concept used in PGP and OpenPGP compatible systems to establish the authenticity of the binding between a public key and its owner. Its decentralized trust model is an alternative to the centralized trust model of public key infrastructure, which relies exclusively on a certificate authority or a hierarchy of such. As with computer networks, there are many independent web of trusts, and any user, through their identity certificate, can be part of it, and a link between multiple webs. A web of trust essentially works by having certificates signed by other users to endorse the association of that public key with the person or entity listed in the certificate. The drawback is that the user has to trust all those in the keychain to be honest, so it's often best suited to small user communities. In this lesson, we will discuss the public key infrastructure, more commonly known as the PKI, and digital certificates. A public key infrastructure supports the distribution and identification of public encryption keys, enabling users and computers to both securely exchange data over networks such as the internet and verify the identity of the other party. Without PKI, sensitive information can still be encrypted, ensuring confidentiality, and exchanged, but there would be no assurance of the identity or authentication of the other party. Any form of sensitive data exchanged over the internet is reliant on PKI for security. A typical PKI consists of hardware, software, policies, and standards to manage the creation, administration, distribution, and revocation of keys and digital certificates. Digital certificates are at the heart of PKI as they affirm the identity of the certificate subject and bind that identity to the public key contained in the certificate. A typical PKI includes the following key elements: a trusted party, called a certificate authority or CA, which acts as the root of trust and provides services that authenticate the identity of individuals and computers and other entities. A registration authority, often called a subordinate CA, certified by a root CA to issue certificates for specific uses permitted by the root. A certificate database, which stores certificate requests and issues and revokes certificates, and a certificate store, which resides on a local computer as a place to store issued certificates and private keys. A certificate authority, or CA, issues digital certificates to entities and individuals after verifying their identity. It signs these certificates using its private key. Its public key is made available to all interested parties in a self-signed CA certificate. CAs use this trusted root certificate to create a chain of trust. Many root certificates are embedded in web browsers, so they have built-in trust of those CAs. Web servers, email clients, smartphones, and many other types of hardware and software also support PKI and contain trusted root certificates from the major CAs. Along with an entity's or individual's public key, digital certificates contain information about the algorithm used to create the signature, the person or entity identified, the digital signature of the CA that verified the subject data and issued the certificate, the purpose of the public key encryption, signature and certificate signing, as well as date range during which the certificate can be considered valid. So what exactly is a certificate authority? A certificate authority, or CA, is a trusted entity that issues electronic documents that verify a digital entity's identity on the internet. The electronic documents, which are called digital certificates, are an essential part of secure communication and play an important part in the public key infrastructure. Certificates typically include the owner's public key, the expiration date of the certificate, the owner's name, and other information about the public key owner. Operating systems and browsers maintain lists of trusted CA root certificates to verify certificates that a CA has issued and signed. So in summary, a CA is an entity that issues digital certificates. It's a trusted third-party organization, and it verifies the identity of individuals and organizations and provides digital certificates containing the public key. I have navigated here to the identrust.com website, and identrust.com provides IGC certificates. Obtaining a certificate is not a complicated process, but I thought I should share this piece of information for those who are interested. If you're interested in obtaining a certificate, this page here has the frequently asked questions. You can basically submit your ID for verification. That identification will then be reviewed within a certain timeline, and then a response would be given back to you. Once you've received that verified response, that certificate is basically your proof on the internet that says you are who you are. A core mechanism utilized to protect integrity is the concept of hashing. A sample hash function looks like the one seen here. But what is hashing? Hash functions create message digests from larger files. Hashing is the transformation of a string of characters into a usually shorter fixed length value or key that represents the original string. It's used to index and retrieve items in a database because it's faster to find items using the shorter hash key than to find it using the original value. The values returned by hash functions are called hash values, hash codes, digests, or simply hashes. As mentioned, hashing is one of the core controls used to protect integrity. It does this by utilizing a mathematical algorithm. The unique digest that is yielded from the algorithm serves as a fingerprint for the file. Any alterations to that file changes the digest. In other words, if the short piece of data has changed, we know that the fingerprint of the file has changed, which means that there has been an alteration to that file. Let's take a closer look. I encourage you to practice along with me. If you go to the site listed here, www.miraclesalad.com/webtools/md5.php, you will have access to a MD5 hash generator. I have gone ahead and opened up this link on my browser. And as you can see here, we have an input box where we can enter any string we want. We can simply copy and paste information here, or we can type in whatever we want. For our example, I'm going to type in a random sentence. I like to drink coffee. As you can see, the MD5 hash generator is providing us with a hash that begins with the characters CC4 and ends with F3F. But what happens if I change the word coffee to water? As you can see, the whole hash changes. Now our hash begins with 090 and ends with 2FB. By looking at the hash, we know that this file has been altered. But what happens if we go ahead and change the word water, back to coffee? As you can see, we are right back to where we started. CC4 and F3F are the beginning and ending of our hash that's been generated. This is a very important concept because it indicates that any alteration or tampering of the file would be reflected in the change in hash. In our previous lecture, we discussed hash. We looked at a real-world example of how an MD5 generator produces a hash digest. Hashes serve as the rudimentary building block to many different integrity controls. One particular integrity control that utilizes hashing as a building block is a digital signature. Digital signatures are one of the most advanced and secure types of electronic signatures. You can use them to comply with the most demanding legal and regulatory requirements because they provide the highest level of assurance about each signer's identity and the authenticity of the documents they sign. Digital signatures use a certificate-based digital ID used by an accredited certificate authority or trust service provider, so when you digitally sign a document, your identity is uniquely linked to you. The signature is bound to the document with encryption, and everything can be verified using underlying technology known as public key infrastructure, or PKI. One way that digital signatures serve as an integrity control mechanism is that they help us achieve the goal of non-repudiation. Non-repudiation in network security is the ability to prevent a denial in an electronic message or transaction. The aim of non-repudiation is to ensure that an individual or organization is unable to deny at a later date that they were the originator of that message or transfer. So how is a digital signature created? To begin, the person signing the document uses a hash function to create a digest of that document. The hash generated is encrypted using his or her private encryption key. The recipient of a digitally signed message can then use the sender's public key to decrypt the signature and then compute the hash value of the message themselves and compare the values from steps 1 and steps 2. If they match, the message is authentic. Let's discuss digital certificates. Digital signatures can be used to create digital certificates. A digital certificate is like an electronic passport for exchanging secure information over the internet using the public key infrastructure, otherwise known as PKI. They are used to transmit public keys securely.